Oh,
Okay, we're live.
are we?
At least I see you.
Yeah, we
All
see
right.
you and we streaming, yeah.
Hold on. Let me get to. Yeah, go away. So it's telling me there's a network error. Oh, there we are. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this over to my other screen.
Brought to you by Sony.
Right.
Hey, yeah, you're playing Cyberpunk on a PC, Henry. Is there like a ton of people on the streets?
You can set that.
Oh, okay, because on the PlayStation, not so much.
Well, the PlayStation was having lots of problems. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it has a lot of problems.
It's not even for sale on the PlayStation Store anymore.
Yeah, they took it back due to so much backlash. So many refund.
I'm just mad because I restarted the game and like the epic suit stuff that's out in the beginning out there.
Yeah, no, all of the hacks are gone. I actually just randomly ran into the what was the Space Oddity or whatever, where you could get that infinite money hack with the painting. I ran into that.
I
ran into that mission, and no, that painting no longer costs $14 when you buy it back. It's $4,000 to buy it back now.
Dang.
I know, no, but I have I still have not run the second. All I've done is side, things, and I have almost $200,000, and I'm level 30, but I have a 50 street cred.
Nice.
Damn.
And it's because I sneak around after I take over the whole thing, or after I do the whole little mission, because Skippy's a non-lethal gun right now. Right. Everyone's still alive. I go down to stealth and I shoot him in the side of the head every time, and I get extra bonuses from getting like 1,000 bonus headshots because I'm doing it from stealth. It's ridiculous.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
I go
shooting people in the head.
Yep, that's what I do. Is I knock them out, do the mission, and then I literally go and get them all and put them in a circle, and then just turn a circle and shoot them in the head.
Okay, I'm just going to say that's a little creepy because now you're turning it into a ceremony. I'm just a random murderer, okay?
I want to make sure I got everybody. I want to make sure I got everybody in the.
Who says you can't mix the occult with technology?
Right. And then I go save the picture of where, so I know where my save was. So I'm like, okay, this is where I was. So now there's just this line of this circle of dead people. I'm like, yeah. I wonder if this is a little creepy. It might be. Oh man, but yeah, I started the missions over, and because I got so far, and like all the epics, you can have X amount of slots, and I was like, well, my pants only had one slot, my shoes only had one slot, my corporate jacket only had like two, and I was like, wait a minute, I can have 4. So I was like, I'm going to start over, and then I started over and went out there, and
and none of it's there.
None of it's there. I was like, you jackholes, man.
You're like, I'm playing on a Sony. You should leave it on the Sony for at least a little bit longer. Okay, so I can't see my chat window.
Right, but yeah, when I look on YouTube at people's stuff, them on the PC, there's like population everywhere, and on the
oh no, they're busy, and especially it depends on what part of the city you're in.
Right. Yeah, I haven't even finished the first part of the mission. I'm doing the same thing like you. I'm doing all of everything before I even go and do what Jackie needs me to do.
So you haven't finished your pre-mission?
Nope.
Oh, well, that's why a lot of that stuff isn't there. You have to at least get through your pre-mission to get a number of that stuff. So that could be your problem, honestly.
Well, I got it the first time around. I got it the first time around, and then I finished the pre-mission, and then that's when I realized, oh, I should have more slots. So I started over. and then nope, not there this time around.
I
That was
think
a huge
I think I had to reboot or save it, pull out, save it, pull out, save it, pull out. Because every
Right.
time you restart, there's a different chance of
Right.
drop of that code. Because I got one with 3 slots.
Yeah, that's what I have to do. Is I have to, but it takes like 3 minutes to reload.
Yeah, no one
With the play-
says if you're going to
yeah.
cheat, no one says that it's fast.
It's not cheating. That's the game mechanic right there.
Well, no, that's cheating.
They don't intend for you to do that.
Right.
Ah.
Thus cheating. All right.
Ah,
So back to it, I see. All right.
that's the whole spirit of cyberpunk. Sorry, go ahead.
So, Henry, I can't get my chat window to show up over here, so I literally have no access to chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm seeing
Okay.
absolutely no chat, so it is completely on you. Okay, so
We left off on the design. Excuse me, the design for the
Yeah.
tubing,
Yeah.
the lining. We were trying to explain before everything cut out.
yeah, okay, so what my issue with it is that the vocabulary is a little weird. And what I mean is this. Let's go back to the body. And let's hide this show part. And so what I mean by that is, let's turn this on transparent so I can at least just get a rough, wrong thing, mask. Divide that just a little bit more. All right, so that'll give me a clear map. Yeah, okay. And I know that you're but let's just look at this hip real quick. So you have this sort of step here, and it's a little techie shape, right? It's your little nerble, whatever they call those things. And actually, this is a cutout, or is that just a move?
Where?
Right here in the crotch area. Is that a cutout?
The inner thigh. That yeah, it's a cutout.
Okay. That's what it looked like. So we'll make that a cutout. All right. So let's hide you for a second. Let me come back in here and just clean up these lines a little. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, so we have our, and I know there may be others and whatever, but I'm just, all right. Extract, how big is this? No, not ZBrush. Escape. Henry, or someone,
Yeah.
will you remind me that I need to redo this user interface? Because see here,
Okay.
I'm getting this double action thing going here. And sometimes when we upgrade it gives you, it does this sometimes. I just need to rebuild this little area, resave it, because other people might be having that problem.
Yep.
All right, so you have that. I would probably repeat it on this side if you're going to do it, just because having the one little step there. All right, so update size ratio. How big is this? So this is only 12 millimeters high. So we are going to precise extraction. We are going to make this a 0.0. Let's do 0.01. No, not 3 O's. 0.01. Enter. Update. Create extraction. Let's see how thick that is. Yeah. Actually, that's a little thin. Delete that. Come back to here. We're going to make that 0.08. Update max thickness. Create extraction. That's a little better. It's a little thick. Okay. We are going to delete that one. And we are going to make this 0.04. Update max thickness. Create precise extraction. Oh, no. Wrong piece. Create precise extraction. Okay. So, we have our little groover here, right? We can erase our belly button because that doesn't come through. So now let us look at the design here. So I guess my issue with these on this side, let's turn this off and turn this back on. Like this stuff right here is you have this nice curve here, but then you're doing this, right? And then you have this sharp curve. So you have this curve and square choppy thing. And the thick, like this pattern on the outside, I don't think is tight enough to the cutout to look as if they relate as a garment, if that makes any sense. And the other thing is that this line compared to these lines, compared to this line, all three of these are closer together, obviously, but these have a very different feel to it. And I don't know why. I mean, there's not a reason for it to be different, right? It's not a, like, this isn't a step in the clothing. It's not a, like, these aren't pinchy and this is a pinchy design. Does that make sense? Like, these are diamonds and these are rectangles. And
Right.
I don't know why. And why is important, right? Why is it doing that, you know? And especially as a garment, you know, basically this is a space age wetsuit, right? You know, I mean,
Yeah, so to speak.
and so, you know, I just want to see the why, because if you look at this one, right? Oh, I completely rebooted. Sorry. Oh, no, that's it right there. Okay. So if we look at this, right, we have the pink is the piping, right? It's finishing off the seams. And if you look, it's doing the undercup and then these. So in all reality, if you're making a garment, right? So the undercup is a separate piece, right? Because you have to have the fabric do this. So it's still acting as piping to me. Or that's what I'm seeing, right? These lines on the breasts really are like darts, right? You have to cut those in to get that cup shape. You can't just have you have to cut these darts out and stitch them together so you get this cup, right? And so it's functioning as a seam covering, even here, right? So there's a reason for it. And of course, this is aesthetic. but it has a physical, like, you know, it's not just an ornate design. These are functional things. Okay, I'm not saying you have to always be functional. I'm just saying this is where I'm having the issue. Is
Okay.
so, you know, you're not giving it a edge piping, right? None of this is the edge. These are graphics on the or on the costume. And so, where is clay tube? Let's use FormSoft just to be. So how they have it in the illustration, right? You have. Hold on, let's hide everyone. So what you have out here is this edging. And that's where they're putting the pink, right? They're having it as this piping. So you have kind of this happening. And that, I'm just saying, in the illustration, this is how it's functioning, right? It's that edge finish. Okay. So
Okay.
you're not doing this, right? Because you've left, right? See, these have nothing to do with the edges. You see what I'm saying? This is a nice curved shape, and then this is sort of Aztec-y and linear-y. And so this is not serving the same function. Fine. You don't have to have edge piping. But I don't see... The implication here is that it does have something to do with this shape, right? You know, you're sort of following it. But then you completely lose it out here. And I don't know if that's because of the order you did it in or what. But I'd like to see just a little bit more relativism in here, in the sense of, okay, we have this. We're not going to do the edges, but we're going to do, and we want it to be more, hold on, I need more geometry here. And so we want it to be a graphic, right? Well, you know, this is kind of coming out, and I'm making this over exaggerated right now. This is kind of coming out here, and then it's sort of scooping in, and then you have, you know, this, you know, and it's sort of, you know, it's not matching the edge. I think just aesthetically speaking, you want to tie, especially this one, this line, to the form, right? And you can come out here and get this out here, kind of get that sort of nurbly thing going on, and back, and you know, this can be very square, but have it at least be referential. And so here you can, you know, do something like this where your interior line is referencing, or something like this where you have lines that are out here, but there's at least some relevance, or not relevance, but relationship between these edges, right? So if you're down here and you have, you know, a 1/2 inch space here, make sure you don't go below it, right? Or pick some arbitrary rule and kind of abide to it, because otherwise it just doesn't look like there's any reason for it to be there. Like, you could take this shape and maybe bring it up like this so they at least relate. Now, the thing to remember about garmenting is that if it's tight and it's a corner, it's going to flop. It's not like doing something like this. This is going to become an air gap. It's going to be a crap place, because this, why these curves work is that they're stretchy and they're sitting along a corner, and they can move along that corner, and they're going to find their natural lie on that surface. Where if you put a square in there, that's never going to lie.
It's going to warp.
Right. It's going to either stretch out and just do that, or it's going to bend in like this and be floppy. And I used to be a tailor. Like, I did a lot of sewing and costume construction or garment construction. So those are things that bother me, you know, when people make things and you're like, that will never do that. And yes, if you have something where you have an ass cheek and this, yeah, that's going to flop. I'll give you can glue an outfit to yourself. Okay. I've seen plenty of cosplay. You can get away with murder. Let me tell you what you can get to stick to a body. So I'm not going to argue about the openings.
Yeah, I was just trying to be close to the reference material, since in the what I drew, I just had
Yeah.
line going there, and I was just simply copying. But yeah, no, what you're saying is absolutely right. I should have paid more attention to the
Well,
actual function rather than simply going with aesthetic.
yeah, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is it's going to be there, and you're not going to know. I mean, like, I know why, because I used to build costumes and garments, and I did all kinds of wacky crap, right? And I know that that doesn't work. I don't care what you do. That's not going to work, or this isn't going to work. And so I know what the issue is, but if you're not, informed that way, then you're just going to sit there and you're going to be like, why does that look funny? Because your lizard brain's like, that's not going to work like that. But you're not necessarily conscientious of that. So just something to think about. Because like things like this, where you have these waves, the problem is this is tension on the surface, right? And that's why this are tension curves on the surface, right? If you notice, that's coming into, right, it's crossing the bow of the breast. So it's sitting on the inside of that, and that's what's holding it. It has a cup. But if you look here, these are actually pretty tight, and I'm sure that if she's standing straight, that this is almost an oval, right? I bet it doesn't have a lip there or a bend there when they have images of her just standing straight, right? I bet this is a nice clean. There might be a little one there because you have the transition from the hip to the thighs, so you'll get a little one. But I bet this is pretty much an oval opening. And so, if you're thinking about what she's wearing, it's probably, that anime space outfit. It's like, it's thin neoprene, basically, is kind of how it's functioning. And, or, it has that weight, like 3 mil neoprene, like a surfer's wetsuit, because you can get 1 to 3 mil neoprene for surfer's wetsuits. So I would think a little bit more about how it's going to sit. And that's where, I think that this curve's fine, but I would probably bring these back out and at least let the base shape be that piping, where this is becoming this curve, and you can bring it out and create a different feel, but fill that in. So this is still tied to the opening of the garment.
Okay.
Right? And you can do all kinds of wacky stuff out here. Right? This can turn into, whatever. And I know this is on the backside, but, that can be whatever it is, because it's an applique, right? It's another piece of neoprene, so you've used it to seal off the outside edge, and now you're coming in and you're creating your shape. And like I said, I know this is on the back side, it's not on the front side, but but now if you have this, come on, give me my whole part and body, right? This line still makes sense, and I would argue that that's going to be floppy, but you can do interesting things and make it, you can, like I said, you can glue anything to a body. But in that case, if you're going to have that pointy, don't be shy. Come in here and make this pointy, or at least pointier, right? So there's at least some relationship between what you have going on as this outside edge and that inside edge. So now you've created your piping with wackadoodle shapes. In here, we'll actually go back to kind of more what you have going on here. Come on. Really? Boop. And let us look at what you have here. Let me turn that on transparency. It is, let's turn it on. Let's come back to here. And so we have this. We have this as in a cutout. And now I'm just going to take this and we're going to make that a little bit more to the shape. And then this, now without an issue, is associating to that line. I would make it a little bit more in tune with the body, right, where you're following sort of that crotch line, right, you know, the crotch fold if that were a wrinkle. So instead of just making it square, bring it up, and then, you know, you can do that. And having these forms sort of refer to one another. And like if that's that, I would probably, you know, have these curves relate to one another where they're similar curves or some, you know, just make sure that your relationships actually have some design reference to the other one, if that makes any sense. What does that?
Can you elaborate?
So instead of having, come on, instead of having, see, like this is a square, but it's not really associated with anything in the sense of like, where is it going? What's it doing in relationship to the other designs? What you'll find in good, tight design is these forms will start to have real relationships. So let's take this line. Hold on. I'm going to make these really bold so I can see them through the other thing I did. And these come up here. Okay. I think that should be enough to get through that. Yep. Here, let's. Okay. We got that. We have that. And we have that. Okay. I'll be able to see that through here. There we go. So now I can see all these lines. Let's come back here. And let's put your lines back on this. Okay, let's go back a little more. Okay. I'm just going to really quickly put these in. Okay, and then you have this shape. All right. Now we can hide that. All right, so we have our forms here, right? Now, what I mean by into tight design things have relationships, it's these can be graphic still, right? Hold on. Let me smooth these out real quick. And then I'm going to divide up. divide. That should be fine. Okay. So you can see your abdomen shape, and these are kind of following the abdomen. And then this is sort of following that hip line, right? And this is following sort of, I can't think of the muscle right there under your ribs. So anatomically, these are roughly following some of that anatomy. So when I say referencing, so remember I said I'd probably change that angle because this is the hip line. Let me turn this down. So you know, when you sit, you get this wrinkle here, right? Where the leg and the hip cringe. So this is a natural line to see, like in jeans and things like that, right? You have that kind of triple wrinkle right there. So that's a nice curve because you're speaking to a vocabulary that's familiar. All right, so we got that. And now this, because you're sort of going with square forms, we're going to look at the outside edge of this, not that inside edge, because we would match it to this outside graphic. And now we got that going like that. But see, it sort of ends along that line. This is following that curve and coming in and coming up and boom, boom. And now we're going to get rid of that. But that line is still important, and that line becomes this edge. So these are sort of in reference to one another, right?
I think I'm starting to see.
And so, bump, bump, we would slide this up a little. So it, you know, I'm just going with the top of that's the bottom of this. I'm going to push this up. Boop, bum, boop, bum. Dun, dun. And now that's coming up here. And so this is sort of that crotch and abdomen. So our abdomen is kind of doing this. That's kind of doing that. Well, I don't want that point just pointing over here randomly. I want this to be a nice clean shape. And I'll put my little transition peak right there. But now that can reference to this transition peak, right? So now this becomes this shape. And these is a scoop. That is our scoop. That is sort of the outside edge of the abdomen. And that's really sort of the bottom of the rib cage. And so we can have that come in. And let's turn this up now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That line can become the bottom of that edge. And that, where that starts, that can be the beginning of that scoop. And that can be a form of some sort or another. But as I've started to conceive these, I'm thinking of what's happening with the anatomy, right? And I'm thinking about where my little lines are going. So that and that are in relation to one another. That's coming and scooping, that's coming and scooping, that's coming down. That is... Mm-hmm. And I know I'm distorting the bottom quite a bit here, but I would just come back. I would have duplicated this, come back, and then you can use this to clean up your edges. But I just want you to see more about what I mean by turning these into relationships as opposed to just random forms. Right. And was there an inside line there? I forgot. No. Okay. So this just comes out here. And, you know, I would make that at least be relative to the form underneath it. And so duplicate. Let's take this back to here. And so now you have your original smooth body, right? And you can just come back in with the project brush and that brings that up. Go to this guy. Oop. Go to this guy. And so there you go. And you have the beginnings of your forms that then are relating to the other areas, right? Does that make any sense?
Yes.
So I think that even if you're being completely free flow, your eye wants to see relationships, right? And so if you're having these punch outs, have the relationships sort of tied to the muscle structures and things like that. And not, you always have to follow it. I mean, you can put a wacky, you know, up there, right? But you really want to see anatomy references in your forms because the brain's used to looking at them. And if it's too discordant or it doesn't make any sense where lines are coming in, people are just like, your brain will fight it, you know. And if you go back and look at, you know, Angeline or Evangeline, or you know what I'm talking about, that damn man.
Evangelion.
That one.
Evangelion.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what I'm talking about there.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at... oh my God, my poor brain. I can't remember anything right now. But if you look at how these, you know, sci-fi wetsuits are, you'll see that the lines accentuate the body, right? You know, it's really a lot about, you know, now hold on, let's actually take you back to here again. You know, so much of this really is about finding these forms where you'll see like these high cut waistlines. Sorry, hip lines. Divide. You're accentuating this hip curve quite often. And then you'll have a line that's accentuating the curve of your leg. You know, pushing this muscle. And you'll see that really in a lot of ways, these are the lines, right? Because they're making the legs look longer by bringing the hip all the way up over whatever the hell that muscle's called.
The obliques.
There you go.
I think.
That one.
Yeah, the ones that just rest right on top of
right. You'll often
the pelvis.
Yeah, you'll see this a lot, right? Because they're accentuating the length of the leg. And so think about the anatomy. Even with your randomy stuff, if you're just doing, the brain is going to like something that is tied to the body form. You know what I mean? And it's a nice trick because we're used to seeing anatomy. Where our subconscious looks at the human body from the day we're born. And so it's used to these lines. And I just think you have a lot more power if you're playing with forms. And also, you don't have to replicate the exact same thing. This can be whatever you want it to be, but make it have at least one edge that's referencing something that has to do with these points. And if you're doing a number of forms, make sure that they at least are telling a similar story in what they're doing, right? That's not following the shape. You can do whatever you want to do, but at least have the other shapes reference one another's curves. At least if you have a negative space that's like this, you can have something, but have it in some way refer to the form around it. At least have one curve or one surface or one form that's referring to the other shapes. And it just gives you a much more solid, well-foundationed design.
Okay. Just one question. When you're talking about reference, do you mean that it points to those other forms or shapes, or is there something about it that is
one or the other
self-similar to the
yes? It doesn't.
To the
it
other
doesn't
shapes?
have to be so literal like this. I'm only separating these by what would it be, a half inch or something. These can be all over the place, but if you're doing something, just make sure this line has to refer to this line in some way, right? There has to be a reference to it, or it just seems arbitrary, right? If you look here, what's killing me about this is, okay, I drew all over these lines and they're mangly, so we can't necessarily, let's go all the way back. We don't need that. Right? What makes me nuts about this is that this just seems this curve relationship, they don't have any relationship. It's like this is up here, and you kind of, if you didn't relate to it at all, that'd be one thing. But you're kind of referencing it, right? This is kind of being a step, and you have this, and that seems like a reverse of that, but then it comes down here and it becomes nothing. But this shape doesn't change. You have this little floppy arrowhead, which, like I said, I don't have problems with. You can super glue a wetsuit to anybody. So I'm okay with that. But, they don't, there's no reference between this internal cutout and this line. And that just makes my design brain smoke. It's just you have this little step here. There's no reason for it to be there, and it would be incredibly difficult to actually accomplish. So what's the difference in that than the steps, right? You know, in the crotch area, having little floppy step areas, and I'll give you the super glue, but you know, it just design wise, it makes no sense to me. It just having that be that, you know, is, you know, at least being referential, you know. I don't particularly care that you change the style of line. You know, I think that unless there's a reason, right? But right now, it's serving the same thing. It's just a graphic, right? It's not a, hold on, let's, you know, it's not a transition surface where that's just one edge. You know, if it was something like that, my throat's getting dry. You know, then that doesn't matter because it's something, right? It's not just another one of these in a different place, right? You've established this vocabulary of these lines with hashes through them, where this is a pinched surface, bladey edge, and it doesn't have any of the little cut marks in it. And so I want to know why, right? I mean, why? And I don't know why. And so I think that, you know, something, you can make the line thinner, but make the line thinner. But I still want to see, you know, this happening and, you know, that happening and that happening. Because now these are the same vocabulary, right? Because they're the same thing. They're the white line on a navy wetsuit. The other thing I think is, in a similar vein, I think these got pillowy. And there's nothing else that's this pillowy. So just, you know, just keep this in a similar vocabulary as the stuff you have going on up here, right? Because these are all pretty flat things with edges. So now if you just make these a flat thing with an edge, it just seems to read a little bit more similar to what you have up here, right? Because none of these are pillowy, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think just be a little bit more conscientious about what and why these things are here. I think that especially in cutouts in garments, I think you'd be much more, it would feel much better if this were, whoa, I thought those were separate parts. If these,
yeah, I'm gonna make a hole.
Yeah.
There, the patch of geometry that's gonna go away.
Yeah.
And then after done with it, I'm gonna combine it all, remesh it, and then start splitting it and keying
Sure.
everything in.
I just think you'd be a little bit more successful if your holes actually were a little bit more conservative in the sense of feasible, right? You know, and I know this is sci-fi and blah, blah, blah. And yes, you could super glue things, but you know, it's like this little floppy bit right here would just flop off. So I think that if you actually had your hole be a smoother oval, and then you turn this piping into the, you know, the ornate kind of wonky, I think that would be more comfortable because the lizard brain would be like, oh, okay. You know, it's piping, it's detail, as opposed to, oh, it's something that this poor person is going to have to super glue onto their body before they go do anything. And sci-fi, there's sci-fi super glue. You could tell me I'm silly, but just design wise, I think that if just make your piping relate to the hole, and don't change styles on me, because there's nowhere else you do that, right? You don't use this V ridge, like sharp blade thing going on. And then once again, if you do have piping, make sure that all of your holes get something. You know what I mean? Because you're kind of framing your holes. Well, you have 2 holes here. At least do something around them. Don't just let them be pop-outs. And that can be as simple as the original concept art. And this can literally be just a very small piping edge. And then, you know, you can do something like that. So it's sort of referential to what's going on above it. And you can kind of come up here, make that one thicker and make it the opposite of it or something like that, right? But that doesn't have to be a dramatic thing. But what you've done is you finished off your edges, right? Because you're kind of finishing your edges up here. Do it with all of them, because you think about, okay, this is a suit. It's being made. How would they finish off the edges? What are these things doing? And if you kind of figure out the why, it'll make a more solid design, especially costume design, because figure nerds are figure nerds. And if you're going to try to sell, you know, resin figures, you really want a level of feasibility, because I can't tell you how many figure nerds have jumped up my butt for all kinds of weird stuff, and you're just like, what are you on? But then they explain it to you, and you're like, okay, you know what? I can't argue that point necessarily, so all right. And yeah, I just think you're going to be, when you're doing any kind of costume, figure out how the cosplayer is going to build it, right? Because at the end of the day, what you want are people dressed up like your figures, whatever they are, right? You want them to use your iterations, because that means it's money for you, right? And I assume you're trying to, because you've labeled this like my figure, right? Like a.
Well, it was more of a just to slap a name onto it.
I mean, are you going to try
because
to
if I
print
were,
it and make
I
it-
was gonna give it the name. I was gonna give it the name of the character, but then that would have been weird.
Well, no,
So,
I mean, there's fan art. There's nothing wrong with fan art. You
Yeah.
know,
So
I mean, so
the name of the file is irrelevant. What the purpose for this this sorry.
no, you're good.
The purpose for this sculpture is for a 3D print
Right.
that's for a friend of mine,
Sure.
and nothing more. It's just going to be a one-off,
Sure.
one single print,
But
and
if someone sees it in your friend's office or apartment and they're like, I want one, you can sell a resin for $300 to $800. And so wrap your head around what are those geeks going to ask for? Because that's also going to make it a better product, right? Because whether you're only making one of these, you know, you never, like, I fell into the 5-star story gig because I made this little robot for a friend of mine. And I got paid to sculpt this resin robot, you know. And, I mean, they're anal, you know. When I worked for Rio or Sanrio, they literally have a tool that measures the curve of Kitty's head. And I don't know if you know that Hello's Kitty's head has different angles than Keropi's head. They're the same egg shape. No, they're not the same egg shape. Just
no. I can believe it, because when Final Fantasy VII's remake came out for the PS4, there was chatter on the internet of Square Enix having a whole department I doubt it's true, but
Oh,
there was
no,
chatter about
no. There.
everybody complaining about Tifa's breast
Oh,
size,
no.
the
Let me
exact
tell you,
curvature.
there is a character continuity department. When we were doing the Sanrio stores, I don't know how old you are. They might have been before you were alive, as far as. But
Wait.
there were
Well, wait. What was Sanrio? I might have known their
Sanrio is Hello
products.
Kitty. Sanrio is Hello
Oh,
Kitty.
okay.
And so
Okay.
for a while
And I
there
knew
were
it
all the
was-
Warner Brothers stores and the Sanrio stores, and we did all those fiberglass figures, right? You know, Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner and Hello Kitty and Keroppi and Bad Bats Maru and and we sculpted all these things, life size. And there's a continuity department at Sanrio. And like I said, they had a special tool made to measure the curve of their characters' heads because they change. They're compound angles. They're not just ovals. And so, on Keroppi, he actually has bigger cheeks. Like you ever going to notice that. It looks like a bean, right? There ain't no bean. That sucker has, as it comes out, it actually has more body right here. And we're talking about the most minute, subtle stuff in the universe. It's crazy. But that is their branded identity, and they're very serious about it. So I would say, just think, especially when it's something like this where it's a figure that exists, right? And it's fan art. I get it. I'm not, but there's still a figure that exists. And you want to make it to that level of quality or better. Even if it's for a friend. I mean, if you make your friend a Hello Kitty and you give her a round head, they're going to be like, well, wait a minute. Kitty doesn't have a ball head, Keroppi doesn't have a pill head. These are shapes that, if you like these things, they're forms and shapes that are very familiar to the subconscious of fans, right? And I would just say spend some time and energy, because it's also going to teach you to be a lot more conscientious with the other things you design. Because the one thing CalArts really taught me was they hammered in why. And I think I said it last week or whenever. I like it that way is a legitimate answer. As long as it's not a cop-out for not doing something well, right? And so I would say spend a little bit more time and energy and wrap your head around what's going on. Because like here, you have all of this off the body piping, but down here, these are just cut into the surfaces, right? You know what I mean? There's none of that piping here, but you have these graphic lines. So what's happening here? Is this really just one layer with ridges cut in it? Or is it no, I don't want that to be symmetrical. I want you to look at the different sides. Or is it steps? Right? Or is it the piping? So which one relates to this better, right? At least you have a line thickness of level. Steps make it more interesting because it's visual interest, right? But see, this associates with this, where nowhere else on here have you drawn lines in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So just be a little more conscientious about where you're going and why you're putting lines where they are, right? Because let's just, and we're going to give it just a line right there to be referential. I'm going to come over here and do that. And now if you look, then see how this makes sense with the stuff up here? Right? You have the same line width, you have the same story. And that's how you can see that that makes more sense than that, right? And I'm not saying you have to make everything the exact same size. I'm not saying you have to make everything the exact same height. I'm just saying think about why you're changing your style, right? Did I lose you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
No, sorry.
I thought you had more to add.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm now nervous. I'm just dumping my stream, so I have to ask. You got so
No.
So yeah, I think that
Okay.
that's consistency with vocabulary, understanding why you're doing things stylistically, and then especially with things that are anything to do with something that we can actually make or have, right? Costumes, machines, things that we're familiar with. You know, when it's not just a form, right? You know, when it's something. Just think about the reality of it. And I'm not saying you have to make everything photorealistic and this and that. But even when I make abstracted things, I build the actual model first. Like when I did that stuff for 1000 and, you know, it's a stylized scooter. Well, I found, you know, it's a Vespa and it's like a 1968 Vespa. And so I found the actual photos of it and I built a photorealistic model of it. And then I bent it, distorted it, filled in a lot of the gnarly stuff that you're not going to see in his illustration. But at least to those Vespa geeks, I don't get, no, because, okay, this all started with 15 millimeter Napoleonics. I sculpted for Raul Partha 15 millimeter Napoleonic figures. 15 millimeters. That means a 23 millimeter guy is on the back of a horse. And I did this certain cavalry unit and I got so much volatile feedback. And think, this is before the internet, right? I mean, these people actually called and mailed letters to Raul Partha explaining that the 34th Napoleonic Regiment, the buckles on the bedrolls were half rounds, not squares. You're dealing with something that is like 0.5 of a millimeter. And these guys got their little microscopes out and informed me that I was making the bedrolls the wrong shape. Or the buckle on the bedroll the wrong shape. So I then found it's just a lot easier to make things real and then abstract it than, I mean, in things like a Vespa or something like that. I had someone who actually emailed me after we posted the pictures of that, and they were like, wow, you're a big Vespa fan. Because I was about to ream you on pre 73 Vespas, how the back wheel attaches. There's like this little screen that covers some of the, like they're like little vents, and they're 3 vents and they're round. After 71, they become flat bottomed. And there are 4 of them or something like that. I'm just whatever. He sent me an email explaining that obviously I understood Vespas and I had to be a big fan. And weird little stuff like that anchors in people's minds. And that's stuff that really allows you to have informed work. And I'm not saying you have to be that exacting about, I mean, this is a space wetsuit, right? But think about how it fits and think about what it'll do if you're doing X, Y, or Z, or what lines look better and how do the lines associate to one another. It just, intentionality is a really big deal, right? And if you can explain the intentionality of everything you do, it shows. And it's a lot of work, it's a lot of thinking, but I think it'll help you. Right.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. One last question.
Of course.
Since this is unlike the other junk that I've thrown at you, since this is actually going to be manufactured, is there
anything that's not manufactured?
Anything that you should that I should look out for, or anything that I have down that perhaps I should stay away from, or things I've actually done right and should
look at it.
Pursue with the rest of the piece?
Let's get rid of this stuff so I don't have to look at it. Turn transparency off. The only thing that I see that could even pretend to be an issue, and I know I have things turned on here that aren't supposed to be turned on, I think. Let's hide that, yeah. Yeah, okay. The only thing I would say that could be an issue, and you're just printing this, right? You're not casting it?
No, just a print. I was thinking of having it printed from Shapeways in SLS.
Shapeways can be a real bugger about things. The only thing I see that you should look at too are undercuts. Okay. And so just make sure that, let me smooth this, or a mask. Back face masking for a minute. So this little area here has some overhangs. How big are you making it?
9 inches tall.
How big?
9 inches.
So like 1/6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, no, hold on, do we have it on both sides? Okay. I would say just do a masking job here. And actually, let's do it this way. That was a silly way of doing this. Let's tilt this. All right, we're going to do only one of these. Let's split these. X. Split mask. Why are you not letting me split mask parts? All right, hide part. Why are you not letting me split hidden? All right, fine. See, my program's acting a little squirrely. All right, here, I'm just gonna drag this way out here. Fine, if you're gonna be like that. So I'm gonna take this. We can hide everyone else real quick. Oh, okay. And so this is how it's sitting on the model, right? So we're going to take this and just move it to where this is a little bit more on the front. I am going to, you're not going to let me map. group front. There we go. Group front. And you can see what that did is it gave us 2 different poly groups there. So the green is actually the undercut, right? Because it's looking, camera was looking front, and this is what it couldn't see. So we're going to come here, and we are going to come to the back side here, and I'm going to just tap that. So that puts us roughly in line with the back. I'm now going to kind of tilt that down. I am now going to grab the blue rectangle and sorry, got to mask this off first. Q, stop that. See, it's, why is it? Some of those features just aren't working very well for me right now. Q, nope, W. And so what I'm going to do is figure out, see, I don't want this to pull this way. I want it to pull a little down. So I'm just going to make sure this angle is the direction I want this to pull. And so I'm going to grab my blue square or rectangle, and I'm just going to slide it up, and that's going to drag all those surfaces back and down. And I'm just going to pinch this a little this way, and I'm going to pinch this a little this way, so we have a slight undercut, right? And so now, and then I would Dynamesh this, just so you get rid of all your holes, right? And this way, when we look, you see what I mean? It's not going back down and in. And this allows you to have your, because this is probably, hold on, turn everyone on real quick, because that's pretty close to scale. That's 6, 7, it's a little short. But not much. It's probably about that scale. And so, oh crap, I just zoomed in. Okay, let's try that again. All right, turn that off. You can see that there's no way that you're going to even notice that those aren't undercutting, right? And that will allow you to generate a print that doesn't have a bunch of holes in the back that it's going to try to find support and fill. Anything that's a surface that you can't see, you may wind up with islands or floaters, and it's going to try to figure out how to support to it, and it can cause for failure. So it's easier to get rid of some of that stuff. And I would say, you know, where you can't see it, I think that's really the only, I mean, like here under the forehead here, I probably would at least bring some of this in a little more, just so you're filling up a little bit of that space behind this lump.
I saw a technique from one of the other guys that also streams on Pixologic.
You watch other people?
More...
No.
What?
I said, you watch other people?
Thomas, I'm sorry.
All right, I'm done. You're out. Forget it. Ask them how to do it.
No, aside that it was specific for the 4 anime figurines, and I saw that they would key the areas of the head, like the bangs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So
oh yeah, if you're going to tear it apart, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
No. If it's if you're
yeah,
printing it in
I was
different
just
parts,
probing to know if
yeah.
I was just probing to know if you knew a better method than their method.
I mean, if you want it all of this really spiky and hairy, print it as a different part, stick it in. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. No, if you're breaking it into pieces, yeah. I tend to try to
Yeah,
print everything in one part because I also try to print things as shells, so I waste less resin. So printing things in one piece is sort of my thing in some ways. It's weird. I don't even know why. I mean, I guess I've keyed some things together, but yeah, I'm always thinking of things in one part for the most part. I mean, unless it's a different material or something like that, then yeah, obviously. But yeah, no, if you're keying it out, then who cares? That's fine. Because you can just rearrange it and it'll fit. It'll be fine. Yep.
Cool.
Do you have any other questions? Are we all good here?
Yeah, I think we're all good. I'm just a bit curious since when I mentioned shapeways and you mentioned that they were rather fussy, or well,
what did it?
not exactly your words, but
No, what I mean is this: is that shapeways, and I mean, to be fair, I haven't used shapeways in a while. All right.
Okay.
And the thing about shapeways, or the thing about shapeways was, they don't. If a model fails, it's on your back, right? They don't spend a lot of time or energy.
They don't offer insurance. Okay.
And why that is they have so many models coming in. They're not spending any time looking at your model. It's on your back to make sure that model is right, right? And if you're not familiar with all the issues of printing, you can have failures. And if you have failures, it means that you're paying for it anyway. So it's just, and they have a lot of they have a lot of models every day, right? I mean, they're a big successful business and they're pumping models through. And I just have never seen anyone who, and there are people who have successful businesses that use Shapeway, so obviously that's not necessary. There are people who are functioning with it, but I would argue that those people know damn well what they're doing and they're not depending on Shapeways to cover any of the holes. And that's my only reticence with Shapeways, is that if you're not familiar with what you're doing, and this may have changed, they may, but because of that, right? Their model tester, when I said it, they're finicky. Sorry, it kind of came.
Yeah,
clear.
finicky wasn't your term.
Why they're finicky is that their model check overchecks, right? Like there are things that you could print easily that they say are unprintable. And why that is because they have so many models coming through. They're not double checking your model. Well, they may, but they're not, trust me, they're not spending a lot of time on it. So their model check is finicky because if it's even close to something that could be a problem, they're just going to say fail, right? And so their model check system's a little finicky in that sense, where you may have to work through your model quite a bit to get it to where they'll say, sure, you can print this. Because my models are almost all rejected by Shapeways. Because they're just like, oh, hell no. We're not even going to play with that, dude. No. No. Wait, no. But from what I understand, they shifted who they use to make jewelry. And I think that they're using a much more professional jewelry shop now than they used to use as well. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Shapeways is great. People who don't have printers and, people who don't want to deal with printing, there are people who run their businesses with Shapeways as their manufacturer, not in the jewelry world. I mean, it's just a lot easier to go to a real casting facility. But, and Shapeways is outrageously expensive for jewelry. But if you're just doing one part, that outrageously expensive isn't that bad. comparatively speaking, because a lot of the bigger casting facilities will charge you an arm and a leg to do one piece, right? Because they don't want that job, honestly. They don't, the casting house in Chicago, they don't want that work. I mean, they're doing jobs that they're making 10,000 pieces. Having someone who doesn't know anything about setting up a model and then, wanting one part, it's not really a profitable business model for them at this point, So they do definitely serve a purpose right now. And especially if you're just doing resins, they're very good at their resin stuff. So, yeah, they're just, it's just their approval program algorithm is very finicky. And that's more what I meant by the finicky. And to be deadly honest, that's better for you, because if you can get it to pass their model check, it'll print.
There's a higher chance for success.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's also going to make you simplify certain things, right? It's not going to let you get away with some of the stuff that you can get away with printing if you know what you're doing, if that makes any sense. So, it's a catch-22. They're going to simplify your model, but it's going to definitely print, right? So, and when I say simplify, I'm not necessarily saying that this model would change at all, right? They might just say, okay, these points are too thin. And you just go back in with inflate, make them a little thicker, and they'll be like, okay, So in that sense, like, I know that I can print things that are, incredibly thin, but I also know how to support them, right? And they're not going to spend that much time or energy. They got an auto supporting system that everything's automatic, right? It just goes through, and I'm sure a person touches it at some point, but they just can't have 800 people going through and looking at the finesseful issues of every model. They have to homogenize it some to be able to produce that much. And that's what I mean. You are relinquishing control of a lot of things by using shapeways, but they're affordable and it works. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're not bad in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no, I wasn't concerned in that sense. Yeah. I was just curious to know if there were other options that I could
pursue.
With
figures, it's tough. I mean, there is what does anyone know the name of that? There's a website that is like I can't even think of a proper description. It's so what it is like, okay, I have my Formlabs printer, right? And let's say I buy a new Formlabs printer. So my Form 2 is sitting in the other room and I run it here and there, but really I'm doing almost all my printing on my Form 3, right? But I have this Form 2 sitting over here. So I can call this company and say, I have a Form 2 and I can use these materials, and then you can be put up for a job.
Yeah, it's crowdsourcing 3D printing, but I also forget the name of the company. Yeah, I can't think of the
name of the company. Yeah, if you Google crowdsourcing 3D printing, because it's not just like me. I mean, there are major companies that have 3D printers just sitting around, and they have, $500,000 3D printers just sitting around. And so they're like, well, we can keep that machine running to pay for itself. And so it was a pretty big site, wasn't it? I mean, there were like hundreds and hundreds of companies on it, and it's broken down by region. So there are local people, and then there are the big people who take national orders and stuff. So you might want to look at that, crowdsourcing 3D printing. And there's a specific website that's, like I said, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in it.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking it up right now. I found one that's called Make XYZ. I don't know if that's the one.
I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of, but I haven't looked in years. So, look in there and just see. You may want to try one of those places, because you may be able to get a really high quality print off of a really good machine. And it might not cost you a fortune. I don't know. I mean, we had some things printed that, because we didn't have the printer to do it. We didn't have a big enough printer. And I think the print only cost me like $400. But I mean, you know, it's off a $500,000 machine that obviously we weren't going to buy. You know, it was a very big print. So, yeah, that might be the way to go, or at least something to look at. Because it's been a while since I looked. And I mean, the thing that the website that I remember was like 3D World or Atom 3D, or I think it had 3D in it somewhere. I can't, like I said, I can't remember my own name. Don't listen to me as far as that goes. I know that it's a white background with a red logo, and it has sort of rectangular, it has sharp back rectangular fonts. The fronts are roundish, but the back edges are all at an angle and sharp edged. Yeah, that's what I remember. I think it has 3D in it.
I'll keep a lookout. I'll post it on this on the server if I come
This
across
is how my
it.
poor brain works. I'm sorry. I can remember shapes and feelings and rhythms of logos, but I don't remember what that was. All right.
Well, thank you very much for the
Of
critique.
course.
It was very informative.
Of course.
And enjoy the rest of your
All
week.
right. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Oh, it's over there.
Download Cena next. They uploaded the actual
Oh,
ZTL.
great. Hold on. I closed all the windows. I don't have Dropbox open here. Oh, no. I
figured you.
restarted the machine. That's what happened.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't know why I closed everything. Duh.
Yeah, I think it's the only other file in there that's
Yeah.
new.
It's funny. I guess we won't.
No, I lied. There's another
Yeah,
one.
here's one right here.
Yep.
Cool. At least we're getting a few people. Today was a slow crit day. Man, right before my computer blew up, we had 53 crits sitting in there. Remember, I did the one and then I did the next week, and we actually had more left over the second week than I did the first week. This is what we're looking for. Look at how full that drive is. Look at how full this drive is. I only have 93 gigs. I think we might have to put that 2 terabyte drive in here.
Yeah. As a B drive or a D drive. I'm not trying to reinstall an OS.
Well, I think, doesn't that thing just clone the drive?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You tell me. You're the smart guy.
Yeah. I would just not. I mean, this is a temporary machine.
All right. Fair enough.
Let's just keep it safe so we don't burn another 2 months from technical issues. We got enough of
I
that
know.
already.
Yesterday, so I wonder. Do you think it could be that this is running out of cache, and that could be part of the problem?
It could be a lot of things.
Okay, so load tool. Hanny. A load tool. Scene. Boop, boop. All right. Okay, so let us turn all our paint off and look at this bad boy. Because this actually shows us much more. Now, is this show part? Okay, so you've deleted that? Okay, fine. I am going to... Excuse me. Talking my throat. So, is this supposed to be a pudgy person? Does this person have weight? Sina and Hanny, if you want to go to the Discord channel, you can actually talk. I'm sorry, for some reason, in all of this hubbubbery, I cannot see any chat windows. So I have no idea what's going on.
Hello, I'm Honey.
Hey,
Um,
all right. So is Sina here as well? Will you ask them if they...
Yeah, I sent the link.
Okay, so I'm just...
I'm not sure if they'll jump in the Discord
Okay,
or not.
well, we'll do Henny real quick since it's here. Hello, how are you doing?
thanks.
Good.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm glad. Let's...
I've been watching your work and the streams. They're so cool.
Good, I'm glad. I mean, it's funny. I'm always challenged by sort of what to stream sometimes. But I found that the critiques are really helpful. And so I figured, well, you know, and there aren't really a lot of people out there doing it. So I figured we might as well try to do the crit streams so people can get help with their work as opposed to sitting watching me fubble butt around.
Yeah, that's cool because it's my 5th time I've tried to apply my work for your critiques, and I have a few questions. So I didn't find any professionals in my country to just ask them
Sure.
about.
So I'm sorry if you tried. My computer blew up, and so I was down for a little bit. So I apologize if you got stuck and got missed there. There's a little time frame there where I don't know what was uploaded or what we did, and it got a little chaotic. I think a lot of people were upset.
No, it's been a pleasure. I've been I've been waiting for this for a long time.
All right. So what are your questions?
In my country, there is no opportunity or infrastructure for designing video games, or they are not developed here. So there's no good teachers or some people to teach how to do it, and there's no schools.
Right.
Although, I was wondering if I can start designing for video games or 3D arts without these infrastructures, or I should move to another country to continue on that.
Well, I think as long as you have, you're here and you're watching this, so you obviously have internet good enough to watch videos. I would say, though, that getting into some place that has a little bit more structure as opposed to just watching, because, I have a education platform now, and there was a debate on how much we should do live and this and that. And the difference between what I do here live and what I show people and what happens inside the education platform is very different, because the metaphor I used was like, I just gave the last person some lettuce and some ham, and we're on this. It's like, you're going to get some mustard and, a piece of bread, but none of that equals a sandwich, right? And that's the difference between going someplace that has a curriculum, is that you're getting a sandwich, right? They're teaching you how to build something that is a full thing at the end, where I'm just pointing out little points right here. So, you could watch what I do and learn from me or any streamer in this context, but you're not getting a pipeline, right? You're not learning, okay, well, start here, do this next, do this next, do this next. Okay, wonderful. You understand the process to apply. Where I'm saying this object could use X, Y, and Z. So I would say that I would find a class, right? I know that Shane Olson has a really good stylized character design class, and I know that they go over some stuff about video games and skinning and things like that. Is Mikey's here? He could speak a little bit more to that. I know that
Nope.
Vertex, they have an entire animation thing now, don't they? Isn't that one of their platforms?
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
a ton of gaming stuff.
The main problem for me is the transitions and about the prices, because first, we don't have access to international transitions like Visa or PayPal or anything
Mm.
else. And the dollar price for us is just like, for now, it's about 25 times more than
Holy
our
Hannah.
true currency. And it's just something like
Sure.
impossible for me. Even like buying a book, it's just like if we want to set it on dollar, have a shape for it, it's like I'm buying a book for $1,000.
Holy Hannah. Um,
A $30 book it cost me for 1,000.
right. Um, well, I would say
It sounds like YouTube, and there's a ton of really good tutorials on YouTube. Vertex School actually has their own tutorial series that they've started to
oh
put on
really?
YouTube. And then there's people like Flipped Normals.
Oh yeah.
Michael Pavlovich has tutorials on YouTube. It's learning ZBrush on YouTube is going to be a good way to go. There's a lot of tutorials out there. The only thing that you'll have to find is gaming specific content. Most of it is going to be about character development, sculpting faces, that sort of thing. I know there's content out there for gaming, but I've never sought it out myself, so I don't know where.
You know, and you may want to contact Vertex and see if there were a way to get a like a scholarship or a monetary consideration or something like that, because they have a lot of students, and they may be willing to work with you. I can't guarantee that, you know. But contact them and say, hey, look, you know, I mean, I'm trying to learn this, and I live in a place that it is absolutely impossible for me. Like, what you're asking for price wise, you know, is like 7 years of what like someone would make. You know, you know, it's just something that's not a feasibility. And I know that they have enough students and financial leeway, right, that they might be willing to work with you, because Vertex has, I mean, they have everything, right? I mean, he has teachers teaching friggin' everything. And so it might be something that you could feasibly get like a scholarship or something like that, or, you know, they might be willing to work with you on something, because they're, I mean, I know that to Ryan, you know, people learning is important. So it might be something that you could work out. But don't hesitate to contact these people, right? And say, hey, look, can you do this? And like, you know, you'd be surprised. Some people are definitely willing to work with that. So I would contact them and see if that's something that could feasibly be worked out. Because the problem with YouTube is, once again, you're not going to get a course, right? You're going to have to piece that together yourself.
Yeah, sure.
And you know, just all I could say is, you know, in America, right? You know, American teachers and sort of the American system, there are people who are willing to step up and say, okay, I understand that I'm actually asking you to buy a Ferrari, literally, you know. So you know, it's just, you know, that is something that, oh, you know, well, go to school and no, you don't understand, dude. I will never be able to afford this, because the monetary exchange just, it's not real. It's not a realistic thing. And you know, they very likely could give you, you know, like a regional scholarship, or, you know, something in that vein. So I would contact Vertex and ask them, because they have so many different classes and so many different things going on. you know, they may be willing to do something with you.
For sure.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and
Thank you.
I think Vertex would probably be one of the better places to try to approach as well, because you know Ryan's a good guy, and they have a lot of students. You know, there's a leeway there, where you know if you ask, if you ask someone like me or someone, you know, I could feasibly try to work you, but I don't really have a system and enough students at this point to be very helpful in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? You know, all my money's going directly back into my company. I'm not really turning a huge profit yet. So that's much harder for someone who has, you know, 30 students as opposed to someone who has 1,000 students, you know. And so some of the more successful or established online places might be willing to work with you, because I know that, you know, people learning is important to a lot of us who are doing this, you know. I can't help. I don't know crap about gaming. I just make things. You know? Yeah, don't be scared to reach out and touch base with someone. And like I said, I think Vertex might be an answer.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah.
I will apply
Yeah.
that.
All right. So now, do you have questions
Um,
about this bad boy?
About this, I've been working in jewelry industry. It's about 3 years, and it's all about 3D
Sure.
printing and molding the 3D print and inject the gold and
Sure.
the
Lost
same
wax.
manufacturing
Right.
process. Yeah. And I was curious about how further this industry can go. I mean, I really like making jewelries, but about doing it for life, I don't think so. That what for too exciting for me.
Sure.
I was searching for some industries that need these accessories in just 3D forms, and they want them so cool and
So what I would say,
uh,
so it's funny because a lot of people sort of what we teach, you know, I have a ZBrush jewelry workshop, but everything we teach is applicable for any industry if you're doing printing, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen my art station, but I have furniture and I have,
yeah, sure. I've been following you for a
yeah,
long
you know,
time.
so like you could turn this into, you know, a headlamp for a motorcycle. You could turn this into a coffee mug. You could turn this into, so if you just think about learning how to create models that print and are producible, that printing and producibility works with anything. And I think that we're
For sure.
finally coming to a place where within the next few years, maybe 5 years, some of the much more expensive printing tech objects are going to come down dramatically, because with things like the Formlabs printers and the, what are they, the Mars or the Phaser or whatever they're called, I don't know. You know, you can buy really capable printers for, you know, a few $100 now. And I know a few $100 is exorbitantly expensive there, but my point is that the ability to make objects has become much easier, right? It's much more acceptable and what country are you in, just out of curiosity? Okay.
Iran.
No,
It's popular on
yeah. Well,
nowadays.
what's fascinating is I have a lot of Iranian kids contacting me, and when you were talking about how, you know, controlled the environment is, that's actually what went through my head. You know, and
Yeah, it's strict.
yeah, it's hard. It's tough, and especially now with tensions and stuff, it's very difficult. And but I would say, first, don't lose hope, because honestly, the world can change dramatically in just a few years, and I think that some of the very some of the things that made your ability to function with the world, I think, will calm down in the next few years, without a doubt. But I do think that with the much higher accessibility to very, very, very affordable printing, that it's going to make things easier for everyone, and it comes down to, you're in a very particular situation, you know what I mean? It's, and,
Yeah.
but I was in negotiation with, a school in Tehran, I think, where they were like, we'd love to bring you over, and things were going good. And then all of a sudden some policies changed and that became impossible, but I think that some of that policy changing could happen again. I mean, we're not locked in policy. The world geopolitics change pretty dramatically, pretty quickly, and it was actually something that I was interested in trying to figure out how to get, because like I said, I was approached by a school there, and then how it was a jewelry design school. I mean, I can't, it was like International Jewelry Design School. I don't remember. It was a couple years ago. I can't remember last week, let alone a couple years ago. But
We have a lot of jewelry schools here, but because our industry have a lot of uh, people working in this industry, but in Iran it's just like no one gives away information for
Right.
free, and you have to attend very expensive classes for just learning simple things that you can learn online on
Right.
YouTube. They are not teaching the exact techniques that they
Right.
are using or the design.
Well, to be fair, the jewelry industry is really about that too.
Go.
I'm kind of a weirdo in this world, because I don't hide anything from anyone. I mean, if someone asks me a question about what we do, I tell them, because I think,
That's the kind of
well, I think that information's important. I think that we lose a lot of really amazing techniques and very amazing skill sets because people are so worried about their secret that, all of a sudden 3 of them die of COVID, and now no one on this planet knows how to do that. And I think that's kind of a cultural crime in some ways, because you're robbing society of stuff that are important to culture, and so, I would say that don't get depressed. I think especially with how, internet access and things like that are going to start coming to once, I don't know if you know what SpaceX is, or, Elon Musk's, or not SpaceX.
Yeah,
What's
sure. Yeah, I've been following it for a long
Starlink?
time.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
And, once that hits, he's talking about being able to do gigabit downloads in, the outside of Africa, literally, out in the bush, And so I think that technology, and with some of the openings of just accessibility to bandwidth, is going to help a lot as well. But, I think it's funny because the Iran issue is something that I have actually spent some time and energy thinking about. And so, there are some of us who are actually trying to figure out how to get some of this education there. Like I said, I had an open dialogue with, one of the government chancellors of art or whatever. Like I said, I don't know. I can't remember. But it is something that is actually on my mind, is how to bring some of this stuff to Iran, and how to get some things that are absolutely, completely, and utterly unaffordable there, because it's an incredibly, incredibly rich culture, and it design and art and stuff are it's very old traditions in this stuff, and it just seems like it's been completely cut off due to politics, and I I find that very difficult to stomach in some ways, So,
Sure.
you know,
It's really been.
yeah, it is. So,
Sorry.
it's funny that, because just how you were talking about it beforehand, I assumed or thought that you could have been from. That's why I asked, because it's funny how many Iranians speak English very well. It's not like I was asked to go to a school in Azerbaijan, and they were like, the only problem is it'll be incredibly difficult because we don't really even have a ton of translators who know art words to be able to translate for you, And I found that,
Yeah.
it was funny. I had a like a web call or a Zoom call or whatever, and it had to be Skype at that time. And, there were like 6 students and the teacher, and all of them spoke English very well. I mean, compared to my Iranian, right? And so it was actually a very viable option to come and teach and not be able to speak, and so it's actually something that's been on my mind about how to do it. And we started the education platform, and one of the things we were talking about is doing these educational outreach stuff and things. So it's actually something that's on mind. People are thinking about how to solve that problem.
Yeah, we would really be happy.
Yeah, it's just trying to figure out how to deal with, and with our country's stances on a lot of things that the last few years, there was literally like, I never got the emails back. She was like, yeah, they just changed the law and things are like, sorry, but this just isn't going to happen. Basically, that, like, I sent her an email at one point, never got anything back. It was just like,
Yeah, that's
I was
exactly
like,
like that.
oh, well, I hope everyone's okay. Yeah,
The paperwork are tough
Yeah.
here. It's crazy. It make you crazy. It's like you want to do something and you say, "Oh, I don't give a shit. I don't want to go
Right.
do that." It's like that. Exactly
yeah,
like that.
yeah. It's fascinating. It was an interesting discussion to start having with them, and I was actually a little sad when it kind of all shut down, because I remember I went to Iran when I was young. We went skiing at some ski resort. It was really interesting. uh, but I think that there will be ways eventually here soon, and I think that having an open discussion with some of the people who have some of these websites, I think if you're going to try to get a job in gaming, you are definitely going to have to leave your country. I don't think that
Yeah,
it's a
for sure.
viable way to work from there. Anywhere in the EU, I'd say, yeah, you can work from home. Who cares? But it's a slightly different issue. You have some unpredictable issues of like, oh yeah, well, we shut down the internet. Sorry, it's like, oh, okay, So I think you're dealing with some slightly heavier issues than just being able to get a job. I would say that your best bet, honestly, would be focusing on making product, and then finding a place that could, drop ship from wherever it's made. So you're not even really dealing, you'd send a file, and then, they'd manufacture it and be the mailer. And that could be, like I said, from coffee mugs to whatever. But you'd be making American dollars or euros or whatever the currency, but you'd be making money outside of the context of your culture, and so then that would give you a lot more leeway. But then how do you get things in? How do you deal with the money? How do it becomes tricky that way. Like is it something where let's say I was the casting facility or whatever, and we were like, okay, well, you can't buy a printer where you are, but if I bought a printer and sent you a printer, could you receive a printer? Or are there issues with that even getting to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's completely out of discussion. I can just work easily. It's like a James Bond movies. The complicated methods of transition. It's like you some weird ways there with your name, and you always have to access that PayPal account with the foreign IP, like with VPNs. And if you just accidentally contact that PayPal account with Iran's IP, then it will be blocked, and the money will go away, and you have no way to access it because it's not certified with your ID. And it's it's a
Wow,
complicated way to.
Oh hell. We're so advanced and so just pathetic in so many ways. It's ridiculous. Oh my God,
Sure.
All right, well, keep your chin up, and people are thinking about it. Just so you know. I would say that probably making objects is your best bet right now. I don't know how hard it would be to move, but move. Spain's really nice.
Very hard, actually. It's very hard, and the other countries' councils are so strict on Iran, and you have to be a genius so they accept you as a citizen.
No, it's
just give you
thing. No, trust me, we started a company in London, and we wound up and we sort of reorganized it and started it in Spain. And like the hoops and jumps I would have had to gone through to get even partial citizenship with the company, Well, I could have done it if I brought $500,000 worth of business, or money to the business. But if I were, great at math, or if I were a coder or something like that, I could get in instantly. But art, not a chance. They're like, thanks, dude. That's a sweet idea. No. So I feel you. I feel you on this one. All right. So,
may I ask a very short question? Sorry, I've been waiting.
No, it's all good.
Just add my questions. If I want to help the guys out here, and I have wide access, and my English is good, actually, it's working. And most of the guys here are not good in English, and they are not able to communicate with outer world and these tutorials. Even if you give them the tutorials, they are not able to learn from them because they don't know English. And I was wondering if I can help them even for free, just giving my weekly time, 5 hours a week, and just be able to help them what I've learned, sketching, rendering, or 3D modeling, other softwares, and even ZBrush. I'm not a professional ZBrush artist, but
does ZBrush have Iranian menus? Is that one of the languages that they have? Okay, I know that they have 35 languages, or I could be wrong about that. Maybe they were thinking about wanting 35.
Not
okay. I was just curious.
Range. we have a few ZBrush artists that are so good, like
Yeah,
Hossein Diba.
exactly.
Uh,
Yeah.
but they are not teaching that wide range, or they are not having the tutorials. Hossein Diba have a YouTube channel, but it's not the
Right,
curriculum-based
right.
tutorial.
Well, I mean, how comfortable do you feel with like becoming a translator? I mean, could you literally just sit down with the videos and translate them?
For sure.
Now, I think that might be
Yeah,
um yeah, it's hard. That's I mean, it's just such a hard, you have so many things against you in that context cuz with like you said, there's some brilliant artists, but they're not teachers. They're not teaching. Um yeah, I think maybe doing a translation thing. Um, let me wrap my head around it a little. Hey,
yeah,
Henry,
sure.
will you
Yeah.
give him?
He's in the Discord. You can hit him up
Oh,
whenever
great.
you want.
Okay, sorry.
You're talking to him right
I'm
now.
not looking at my Discord. I didn't even think about.
I'm just saying the fact that you're talking to him means he's in the
It
Discord.
wasn't registering. Give me a-
That's what I'm here for.
Okay, so I can't even. I don't even know how to use this thing. Okay, Raptor. Awesome. Cool. Let me wrap my head around some things, and we can feasibly figure something out, like point you in the right direction or something. Because, like I said, it was
It
an
would be great.
interesting thing being approached by the school, and because it just presented so many odd issues that you didn't face like anywhere else. Because I've been to the UE and some things like that, and it's just a completely different issue. It could be, it's there's some distinctive issues that you have that are tough, that are really tough.
Yeah, they're tough, but not
No,
unsolvable.
nothing's unsolvable. That's the
I
beauty.
hope.
That is the beauty. I agree.
I really would like to start entertainment industry in this country because it's so potential. Like when you walk through the malls and the textures around you and the cultural things that are happening that are great for some games like
Right.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Iran bazaars is just like a Cyberpunk without those crazy
You're
lighting.
like, we're cyberpunk with no neon. It's like, whoa. we're sort of like the Badlands with better buildings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I see it. I have it in my head. Yeah. Yeah, no, let's definitely chat, off stream. And yeah, that's
for
something
sure.
that is
It would be an honor.
that is an interesting, it's an interesting issue, and one that I've actually, like I said, tried to wrap my head around some, because when we were talking about and just them discussing the issues of just even trying to get me to come over, and because I mean, you buy a plane ticket and I get a visa, boop, and we go. No. That is not how that game is played, sadly.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, no. We'll definitely chat. All right, now let's look at your guy here.
Yeah.
All right, so the first thing I would say is I would have these folds going in the other direction. Because nowhere on an animal does hair point up. And also, your nice reflective surfaces are actually down, right? So by...
Oh.
Hold on, let's... Let me just do this real quick. I don't have symmetry on. Good. Okay. Because I want you to look at the two different sides here. And let's fill that in a touch. Okay. And just softening this side just a touch so we can work with it. So, boop. Okay. SK trim palette. Oh no, turn sculptures off. Okay. And let's get this to be a little bit more in line there so it makes a little bit of sense. Okay, so just look at these just real quick. Okay, this is still a little. Let's knock that down just a touch. Just a touch.
I got the point. That's difference a
Yeah,
lot.
see, it just seems like even stylistically speaking, it seems like a more naturalistic directionality, right? And the other nice thing about this is if we go to our weird metallic. Nope, that's too metallic. Okay, that's better. You go here, see how this at least seems like it's part of the same animal, right? Like the cheek comes down and then there's a step and then there's a step. Where here, this looks like rigid. It almost looks like it's wearing a collar, right? It looks like something it's sitting in, not that's coming off. I mean, you can make those. I just smoothed everything out, so you can make it that dramatic. It's just, and here again, the drama isn't necessarily helping you, right? Because you've made it tubular instead of thinking of it in layers. I know I say this a lot, don't I? This is this reoccurring theme I have. All right, let's turn that off for a second because it's making me nuts. Right, you have your cheek. But instead of making it a half round, by making it a step, this feels a little bit more like the cheek, the meat rolling off of the cheek, right? And your mouth stretching. So look at that compared to that.
That's totally better.
And so when you're doing it, think about what you're doing, right? Think about what is happening and why. So, no, we don't want to do that. Stop. I don't have enough room to be saying
Old quote, form follows function.
Excuse me?
The old quotes that form follows function.
Thank you. My hero, Mr. Sullivan, said that. So I'm just making fur lines here, just kind of express the point of what I mean. So, these are sort of, fur layers, or at least that's what they're seeming like. You're like, oh no, it's a collar. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. You're like, no, dude, it's a collar. Oh, damn it. But I think that this will at least push the point of what I mean. So, you know,
Yeah, sure.
the fur on an animal would lay on top of one another. So if you tried to do it over here, it would look like wearing a saw blade collar. So think about directionality. In here, right, you have that meaty cheek thing. But if you bring it out and you put the weight out here, you know, you have this transitional weight that makes it an interesting form. And it
Yeah,
follows the
sure.
form of what's happening, right? Because this would be that you'd get a little tension in there, and then this meat is stretching in this direction. You have like this little crossover tension that happens here in mouths that are like that open. And that would probably do a little.
In designing the 3D models, how do you determine that the textures are going to be on 3D printed? Say like uh, we have what called
Yeah. So
okay.
honestly, the best way to figure it out is with experimentation, right? You know, I've printed so many things. I have a pretty good idea of what will show up on the surface at 25 microns. I have a pretty good idea if we're printing it at 50 microns, how much I have to punch that up, right? So a lot of that is experience more than anything else. I would say make it a little bit more, you know, and then again, it also depends on what printer you're using. But I would punch it more than you think you need to, especially early on. When I say punch it, I don't mean dig lines, right? You know, don't. When I say punch it, I'm not saying, you know, do this. You
Pull
know,
it out. Pull it out.
Yeah. Like that's punching that edge.
Yeah. And do you determine the polishing stage and the post production things that they go through polishing, and it's about they remove 1 millimeter of the thickness of the
Right.
jewelry to shiny?
I'm going to tell you. I know that these aren't good answers necessarily, or they're not necessarily
They are.
informative answers. And it completely depends on how you're finishing the model. Like if you're doing it by hand and using silicone wheels, you don't really have to worry about it because you just use softer wheels and you don't move as much material. If you're throwing it into a machine that vibrates and it has steel balls as opposed to one that spins and has ceramic balls, you know, I mean, there are just so many different things that you have to consider in finishing. You know, are you mass finishing it? Are you making one? You know, if you have a Fordham and a flex shaft, you could do everything and you don't have to stress about it because just use a non-aggressive material and you can just step to it, you know. So that's it's a tricky question to answer as a universal answer. But like if you're saying, hey, I need to do this, I'm going to do this in my living room and I'm not going to use a tumbler, I'm going to use a Fordham. Well, I can tell you, you know, you're going to want a pink 3DM wheel, you're going to want a green 3M wheel, and you're going to want a brown 3M wheel, or actually it's kind of a brick color. And then those are your 3 steps. The first one takes things off rough. The next one smooths it down a little. Next one takes a little bit, is just for finish polish. It's not going to move metal. And so, you know, there are ways, if you have a series of tools that you are trying to use, I can very much help you do that. But to say, you know, how to determine how it's finished, it completely depends on what machines and how you're doing it, you know.
For me, just a freelance job. I take the order and give them the 3D model.
Oh, so you're
they are also
yeah, that's on their back then.
Yeah.
I would have the conversation with them is how are you so this is a good thing that's, you know, yes, so if that's okay, blah, 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 blah. if that's the question, then yes, you do have to consider finishing when you're building your model. But that's an open dialogue that you have to have with the client in the sense of, well, how are you finishing this? And they'll be like, oh, well, we're mass tumbling it. Well, if they're mass tumbling it,
Yeah.
you're going to need to make all of your details bigger, you know, because mass tumbling, most people don't care and they just grind, you know, the things off. But that also means you're going to have to think about how you're dealing with your surfaces to retain detail you want. So, you know, yeah, it's something that you have to consider, but it's something that you need to have a dialogue with them about. And, you know, especially if it's something you're working with more than once, if you do it the first time, they print it and then polish it their way, you can look at what they've polished off and say, hey, run that for half the time and you're going to be better off. Or, oh, I need to make those step ledges, not cut lines. Or, you know, you can tune the piece once you see. The problem is that there's so many different pieces of equipment and so many different grits, material, media, you know, that that just becomes a very tricky way. You have to really know what they're going to do. But I would say, yes, you definitely have to consider how they're finishing things. Yeah.
Thanks.
And so,
Very great session for me. It's my lucky day.
so, and I know, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you can't have a stylized piece, right? But think of the form under it before you stylize it. And just like the concept of the fur here, right? Or these, I'm assuming this was fur, right? These are like ripples. Yeah.
Sure.
Think about, you know, this is actually, you know, a snout, right? And so before you go in, make sure you understand the form of what's happening, and then you can come in and, you know, stylize it and do, you know, you can make it as dramatic and stylized as you want, right? But you can see here that I'm still selling the same surface story, the same form and shape, where you have this ridge here that I don't understand. And, you know, there are a few things there that I don't get. Now, if you want a pinch there, at least you start it with the right form. And now you can come back in and define this as a sharper ridge, right? You know, that stylization. But you start it with the...
Get the overall form.
And then, of course, you know, you can punch your holes in whenever and wherever. So get the tension in the mouth, right? Because this is meat that's stretched hard. Once again, you know, you can stylize as much as you want, but I argue that you need to understand what the form is doing before. Oops. Somebody didn't have their back face masking turned on. Me. That was my fault, not yours. So think about this, right? This meat is coming this way. This meat is tensioning this way, and there's a bypass there where there's that tension. So these lines can't be lumpy. There has to be tension on them. So make sure you're selling that story of tension here. Right. And boop. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And then, you know, obviously I would just clean this up a touch. You know, you can have that lip there. that doesn't really bother me because you're selling that return on the tongue, so that's fine. And you just want this to be smoother and less energetic, because if this has a lot of texture, it's going to read lumpy and textury, and that's just going to distract from the surfaces that are the tongue.
The surfaces with more texture are just get more attention
Of the tongue?
I don't know. No, usually on jewelry, I mean, which parts do we see first, or which surfaces?
Well, exactly. So, you know, texture really dictates the eye, right? And so by having something like this, okay, we know this is going to be in sterling silver, and we're going to sulfur it. So we know that things that are behind the surfaces are going to go dark, right? And so
Yeah.
in that case, this is a place where if you leave the tongue fairly smooth, and I'm just going to and let us backface mask. I'm going to put texture on this side. I want it to be less than that. Okay, so we have texture on that side. Let me smooth that out. And we're going to leave this side fairly plain. Let me make that slash a little bit more.
It is like a digital painting on a model to say where the shadows and lights go.
I would not if you are trying to make a product, right? If you're actually trying to physically make an object. Well, here's a perfect example. Right, so let's look at this with the painting on, right? And you can see what it's done. It's really sort of hidden some of the physical issues because it has highlights and lowlights and color, and you're looking at the lips as a different color, it has a little beard here, or the shadow from where you've shaved, and there's a lot of information here, right? Where the second you do that, it looks really different because you haven't painted the shadows in and you haven't painted the highlights on. So I almost always work in the blue. I don't like to work in anything that has tone. If you watch the streams, I always take the paint off because I want to see the form, and especially if it's actually coming out of the printer, painting it isn't giving you any real information. So I don't tend to paint, or I don't even tend to render things, honestly. I'm not even though my Instagram is full of renderings thanks to some wonderful people who do render. All right, so here's the difference, right? So if you're putting a lot of texture here, this just being a smooth black and is one thing. But if you have this being very smooth and then you come back in and you're using text, whoa, that's way too much. And you're using lazy mouse is not what we want. Backface masking must be turned off. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. Here you can use texture, and this is Sculptress Pro, so that's why it's laggy. It's not the stream, I don't think. right, and here you could use texture to really delineate what is the focus and what isn't, right? And so I tend to use contrasting texture, right? If I have something that is, because you can see that's just going to turn into chatter, right? You're not going to view that as, that's just chatter, because you're going to look at this smooth surface here, these are going to be bright, and that's going to break the light up, so you're not getting any kind of good reflection out of that. It's just going to be chatter. And especially if you sulfur it, it's now going to become very dark chatter. Where here, you're getting a little texture, but even with that being black, it's still only, you know, it's going to be a smooth surface. So you're getting the contrast of the texture here, no texture behind there, or no texture here and texture behind. So whenever you're using texture, I find using it in contrast is better. So let's take fur, for example, right? You're going to do, you want fur lines on this. Well, I would put them here. And here. And here. But not run them all the way up and under. So you have SK trim. No, turn Sculptures Pro off. Right, so you have this bright surface here that then breaks out into the texture. And that's going to make that texture read more dramatically, right? Because if you just come in, I mean, look at that compared to right, well, now it's just all the same crap. You know, it doesn't, you're not getting any kind of contrast there. So that's the real problem with, like, now, and this is the funny thing. So like with video games and video game characters, right? You know, they go down and they make every little pore and every little thing. Well, if you're actually trying to make a figure like that, that is, like if you're hand painting something and it's a resin figure, that's one thing. Because once again, you have now painted the surface, so your paint is telling a different story than the actual physical object, right? Because think about it. Once again, you can have some pretty crappy models that have awesome paint jobs and they look good, but then you see the model and you're just like, what? You know? And so paint hides the model because you're painting in the shadows and the highlights. So you're telling the dimensionality story through pigment, where a physical object tells a completely different story due to reflectivity. So any of the things that I talk about are always about the physical issues. Now, I would argue that if you do a lot of the tricks that I'm offering, even if you were doing gaming models, you're still going to get the reflectivity issues. They're just going to be fake reflectivity. And it can prevent you having to do so much painting, I guess. So using texture in contrast is really the way I would say start approaching texture. And
that's a very interesting technique. I will definitely use it. I know I've used it for a long time.
Even if we did this, where you have this edge texture, right? And you have your stripes here. Well, now, I'm just smoothing that out. So here you could even come back in and where are you? There you are. Do we have enough geometry to do this? Not really, but. And you can see that I've now punched under here with the texture. But it's a different texture. So it's telling a slightly different story, right? And
Yeah.
So you can use your textures to separate things. But it doesn't read as the same chatter. So you can use different textures and no texture to accent what you're doing. But I would argue that you're going to have better luck with allowing places for the eye to rest as opposed to it just being a cacophony of chatter. I think you're going to be able to get and sell texture by doing less and using layers than you would by going in and chitter chattering every surface, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, sure.
The other thing I would suggest is trim dynamic, especially in places like right here. I would knock this edge off. You don't want that to be a sharp edge. And this doesn't quite have enough geometry to do what I'm trying to do. There we go. Just give... Wow. That edge just doesn't want to quit, does it?
I modeled in Rhino, the model the rings in Rhino, and
no, I can. Okay, looking at the model now just explained what was happening. I'm like, what is going on there? Oh, I see. There's no geometry to do this with. Okay, let's turn on this and let's give it some geometry.
Can I do 0 to 100 in ZBrush with exact dimensions and the ring sizes, the other thing?
I mean, I have entire libraries of ring sizing.
Oh, you use modeled things? I mean, pre-modeled rings?
The ring sizes without it. Well, do you not have... do you have...
Ring Master.
They changed it. Ring Utility?
Ring Utility, yeah.
It's a plugin.
Ring? Oh, no.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
you can download this, and this is on the ZBrush website, Ring Utility. And you just dial in the size right here, and it'll give you a band. You determine that. See, like it's a size 9, 4 millimeters thick, 7 millimeters wide. Now, do this first, because this does create a new scene. But
Yeah, sure. I found it.
The ring utility gives you the exact sizes, thicknesses, and widths of a band. You can create a base mesh band there.
You can even put stones on it.
See gemstones, mandrel processes. I would show you, but it'll wipe out all these models. So ask one day in Discord, and I'll show you.
Sure.
All right, so we got that. Turn on Sculptures Pro. Let's give ourselves a little geometry here. Let us turn that off. Trim dynamic. Stop. Turn Sculptures Pro off. It's still a little wonky, but you get the idea. Don't leave these edges sharp, because that will just turn into something that will skin your knuckles right off. So either put a face on it, right? You can make it a hard face, so then it at least looks hard, if you're trying for something hard. But don't let those edges get too thin, because you put it on your finger and it'll literally skin your finger right off. I've seen it happen. And when you didn't design the ring, it's really funny when your friend does it to themselves. When you did it to someone, it's not funny anymore. was Mel Brooks, his I think it was the Actor Studio, an interview thing with him, and he was like, the interviewer was like, so how would you define the differences between comedy and tragedy? And he's like, or tragedy and comedy. And he's like, well, tragedy is, you know, or no, comedy is you falling down a well. Tragedy is me getting a paper cut. You're just like, so it's always funnier when it happens to them, right? Yes. Those are not very good things to teach, but it's good humor. So yeah, just make sure that you don't allow these edges to become sharp. So if you're doing it in Rhino, camp for that edge, right? So it doesn't. So you definitely have so it doesn't meet in a blade. And let's see. I think that's really. I mean, obviously, the ear you'd put in the ear, but so look at that side. And then look at that side. Right?
Yeah. Sure.
So I think just, once again, think about... I need to get an extension for my headphone thing if it's going to plug in that computer. There's just... I keep yanking it out of my ear, and it hurts when you yank it out of your ear. But all in all, I think, you know, it's a great form. There's a lot of kinetic energy. There's a lot going on. I just want you to wrap your head around a little bit more of what's happening, what's actually happening with the form, right? You know, I've put these lines in here. These are fur. Okay, well, if these are fur, the first thing we notice is fur doesn't grow up. So now we have to reverse that angle, right?
Sure.
This is supposed to have tension. Okay. This just is this little floppy thing. It's not actually associating with the layers in front of it and below it. Oh, look, we now have a cheek, jaw, and snout. You know, so I think you're getting there. I just think you need to wrap your head a little bit more around, once again, like we were talking to the other two people earlier, is intentionality. I'm putting this line on a cheek area, right? So what is that line? And if you had said, oh, this line is fur, and looked at it, you'd be like, oh, well, those are going in the wrong direction. You know, it's like putting fish scales on backwards, right? You know, fish scales flow away from the head, not towards the head. And so, and what's funny is that, you know, I've done it, you know, we've all done it, you know, and it just comes down to taking the time to kind of wrap your head and ask the questions as you're making something. Okay, I am putting this line here. What is this line? This line is fur. Okay, fur travels down on a face, not up on a face. Okay, so now I know the directionality of my fur is wrong. Let's fix that right now. Okay, what are the layers? What's happening with the cheek? And actually this, you know, can come down here. That's not it. But, you know, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? Those are the things. Even in abstraction, you know, it's like, why am I doing this? What effect am I trying to get to happen? What am I trying to accomplish by putting this line here, this ball here, this square here? Why? And as long as you continue to ask yourself why, right, you're going to come up with answers. And once you're coming up with answers, then you'll realize whether they're good answers or not at some point. But, you know, you'll be getting answers. And that's better than not having asked the question to begin with.
Thanks. I will now. I will definitely know what to look for exactly and how to approach it.
So I'd like to see you work on this and, you know, kind of redo it with some of the things we've talked about, and, you know, post it up and show me what's going on, or put it up next week or whatever, you know, because you have like some really good dynamic forms and shape. You know, the brow to the snout here, this is actually a tricky angle to get. A lot of people kind of screw cats up that way. And so, you know, you're getting the shapes, you're getting the silhouettes. So take the time and kind of think about what's happening, and actually look at a lion. You know, it can be an abstract thing, but the thing is, you know, how does all of this intersect in the bottom mouth, you know? And even though you're stretching it out and it's not realistic, look at a jaguar. You know, it has short fur, so you can see how the mouth structure is functioning, where the snout's ending, how it interacts with the cheeks. And, you know, just do a little research on the actual animal and see what's actually happening. And then you can take it out, abstract it all you want, but you have a knowledge of what's there. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, sure. That's a definitely point, and I will definitely work on it and
Yeah.
improve it, and hopefully reach you. And
Without a doubt. And, you know, like I said, you're in Discord, so we'll stay in touch. But, I mean, you know, I'm obviously here on Monday, so you can always bring it here on a Monday. All right. Are you good?
thanks for your
Good.
yeah, that's
Awesome.
definitely good. It was more like it. I'm very honored and proud to
Oh,
talk.
well, don't
Yeah.
be silly. I'm very happy and honored that you're here as well. So thanks for participating, and don't hesitate to participate, you know. And like I said, don't ever hesitate to reach out to anybody and ask them, hey, you know, can this happen? Can that happen? Can the other thing happen? I think you'll find that people, especially educators, I think you'll find, if they care, you'll find you'll get, you know, a pretty good response in one way or another. So yeah.
Yeah,
Right on.
sure.
Okay.
Okay, got one more file. That is Sina, and I believe
I
you
do.
have it loaded already.
And I say goodnight.
Okay. Is Sina here?
Not by voice.
So you're going to have to be my translator.
I will read anything that they write, assuming that they
Okay.
are still with us.
So, like I was just telling him, you can see the differences. You know, here you're bringing, you know, your highlights and your painting, and, you know, I mean, you're really close. You got some stuff going on. But let's turn symmetry off. Okay, symmetry is off. And we need more geometry here. And so I'm not sure if this is meant to be someone who's carrying extra weight, who's, you know, pudgy. But a couple things. And actually, hold on. Yeah, I wonder if I have a skull model here. Base skulls are in Dropbox, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think seeing the skull here would be helpful. All files. Shimba-dinka winka-dink. Skull bases, look at that.
Cool.
Come on. You can do it. I feel like I just spent 2 days at the Roxy. I'm like, tragic. Okay. Boop. Load tool. Skull bases. Come on, just give me a skull here. There's your skull. And letters append. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's not good news. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Like, it's not the center of the world, that's for sure. It's so weird. I'm so used to talking. I'm not used to the quiet world anymore.
Sorry, I can talk more if you want me to.
You don't have to, if you don't want to.
I'm walking somebody through how to get on the Discord chat.
I think that's a perfectly good thing to be doing.
I think so.
Okay. That's more in line with eye depth, teeth and chin. Oh, what happened there? That was weird. I didn't hit Q to turn that off. It just decided to turn itself off. Yeah. Close enough spin on. And we'll just make the skull a little wider. So here's the deal. Right, the skull, whoop. The cheekbone is here. And where, let's say this, it's actually pretty close. It's just, all right. Now, obviously this isn't the skull structure of your head, so it's not going to fit exactly right. But I pulled this bone out just a little so you can see what's actually happening here, right? So this, clay tubes, where are you? See, so that's the cheekbone right there. This is the high spot right here. And you can see that your thick spot's here, and you don't actually have a peak up here. So, and like I said, a skull can obviously fit to your frame a little better. I'm just trying to block this idea out for you. And so now you have your cheekbone. Let me get it down. So remember, this is the high spot. So now this is cutting back and in. That is your little Madoogie thing. This is your temple thingy. And so these muscles are actually, you know, inserting in here, and this is sort of like this little triangle deal going. And you have escape. You don't want, and then these are kind of doing this, and then they're all kind of origining right here, and that's kind of giving you a lot of how your jaw is working. Okay, so the issue here, and this is where I don't know if this is supposed to be a fat person, right, or someone carrying a lot of weight in their face, because you then do get, you know, this is falling off, there's fat build up here, And so you could get this line here as it is. But that line's really low if that's your cheekbone. And it's not supposed to be a lot of extra weight. Actually, you know, I really need to just get a digital copy of this book so I can use it as a reference with you guys. Sculpting. No. Anatomy.
Which one are you looking for? You got it. I'll
Because
post
he
it.
has that picture of the weight distribution in the face. Yeah, here. So you can see that he's adding, I wish, like, you know, I should just buy a PDF copy of this so I can do this. Because I'd love to have these in full scale, you know. So you can see that, okay, so here's your cheekbone, but even here with this much weight, your cheekbone is still that high point, right? Only when you start to get into this level of obesity do you get a line here. But it's still all these muscles, right? That line isn't happening as a cheek line. Where, you know, if you have a very sharp cheek line, you can get that really cut edge look right here. But, you know, if it's fat, it's still going to be this weight. It's mostly under the chin, and you're going to feel that up. So you could get this line here. Right, but I don't think this person's that fat because it doesn't have any of the bags in the eyes and things like that. So first thing you need to sort out is your cheekbone. And I think that is one of the big issues with what's going on here. And the other thing is this bone comes in here, and that's what forms the temple. Is this action right here. And that is this right here, right? Because these muscles are the ones that are coming out and being the scalp muscles. And your ear seems out from the head a lot. Right? It seems just a little far out from the head. And it's a little, because this is kind of behind that. Let's get back to this. Show me from the front. Yeah, here you go. You see how much space they have right here in the ear? You see what I mean? This is sticking really high up. This is actually a lot of air space here. It's attaching lower down on the ear. This is a little puffier. That kind of backing in. Once again, I'm sure you can find me a photo reference of a guy who has ears that look exactly like that. So, you know, you can always find the exception, but just think about where your bone structure is. And you know, this can be soft. I made these ridges so you could see the point of the ridges. I'm not necessarily saying this is what the sculpt should look like. I'm just trying to get you to understand what's happening with the bone so you can kind of wrap your head around what's happening with, you know, where your meat and stuff is on the sculpt. Right, you know, this, like, this line just happens up higher, right? This is up here. That's a muscle group. And then, right, see, these are attaching to the cheekbone. And these are coming up and controlling the edge of your lip or the edge of your mouth. Right, that's happening there. That's the muscle that makes you smile. And then you have this little insertion groover down here. Right. So you can see that this is the ridge of the line where the muscles are happening. You can get this to bulk, like when you're smiling, you can see that it's contracting and coming up. But there's no line right here, this far down. Right there, this isn't where the muscles actually are. So that all needs to come up. This is coming down, that's coming out of it. That's your little bulgy groover, that's kind of doing that. And you know, I've left the width in the face. Really, this still seems very wide to me. But I mean, like I said, there's some really wide faced people, so I don't know if you're going by a portrait or not. Or if you're, you know, if that's the look you're going for. But like this cheek triangle, right? This is way up here. So, you know, it, especially painted, it looks great. And you're really close, you're getting there. But I want you to kind of look at the anatomy and actually see what's happening. And that's where the books, Sculpting for Anatomy for Sculptors, is really good, because he takes it in and it really allows you to visualize simply how these work. And he has a book on facial expressions. And I just think that it's really one of the best references out there right now as far as being able to see what's happening, right? Because this is really showing you what's going on. You know, this is the fatty membrane of the cheek. When you're blowing out, your lips are tightening. See, this is pulling up, you know. And I just think that these, I think that his books are really tight by breaking it out. And the other thing I actually really like about his books are these things, showing you how to break out the muscles and basic shapes, right? This is the function. This is the, you know, the base block. You start to draw lines on the base block, and this. And what's cool about it is that on a lot of these, he's actually drawing on people's bodies. So, right, you can see the linky function. This is sort of how it is. This is broken out. Now that's the muscle drawn on the photo, and then that's a photo. So this is an imaginary anatomy. Like Bridgman, I would say that he's a much more refined Bridgman, because Bridgman did all these very heroic scale models, or his figures were all this like Conan heroic scale things, where he's taking physical bodies and actually showing you what's happening here, right? He's showing you how these muscles come in and how they sit and work. And I think that anyone trying to sculpt anatomy, I think his books are super helpful, because first thing he's showing you, and this is the thing that I think everyone needs to wrap their heads around, is basic planes. What are the basic shapes of the body? How do they move and roll against one another? Because it's very difficult to take this out of context and just do, you know, everyone might be able to sculpt this area, but does it actually sit? Does this muscle dive under the rib cage? Is it actually doing what it should be doing? And that's tricky stuff. How many muscles are in the mouth? How do they work? What is actually happening there? And being able to see how the breakup is, I just really think that these are very good books for constructive anatomy. And like I said, I think he took most of his he took the information from Bridgman and turned it into a much more useful format, I think, or much more informative format. Yeah, see, like this is really good, right? He's peeling back muscles. How many people actually know that your pecs attach that far down on the arm, right? So now that makes a lot more sense when you lift your arm, how there's just this big gaping hole right here. There's nothing up in the armpit. It's really just a hole because you can, there's no muscles here. These are coming up attaching the ribs. These are going down attaching the ribs. This is coming from right here and attaching like up in here. And, it's tricky. And that's where a lot of people kind of blow it in sculpture. Like here, this bicep is actually coming all the way up and in here and attaching. And so where are your insertions and origins? How are they working together? So I would say if you can, grab a copy of this book and it'll help you a lot. I know that he has just faces as well, I think. Hold on. All these are Pinterest stuff. Where is he? Come on. Now I'm just hitting stuff. Things are getting weird over here. Anatomy for sculptors. There we go. So that's the anatomy for sculptors, and then there is, anatomy. I thought he had the facial expression one. And I think that if you're going to try to do figurative work, you couldn't have a better reference material than this stuff. I think it's just really, really good. So, are you here? Does this make any sense? I mean, like I said, there are wide faces, so I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just think some of this stuff is just a little misplaced and can become and by throwing a skull in there, you get an idea of what's happening. And, if you want a very wide face, just make a very wide skull and kind of work towards it.
Sounds good to me. I don't think they're here anymore.
Oops. My bad. I apologize. We started talking about Iran and I just ran my mouth. My bad. Nah, I'm a bad dog. All right. It's actually sits lower in the eye socket, but that's the skull. Not, like I said, you can make a skull any shape too, but hopefully that helped some. I apologize that that I didn't take you in order. I thought you were. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Ta-da! My bad. Okay. So since there are no more models,
we do have one more now. If you want to do one more,
cool.
We do, and they just learned how to enter Discord chat. You know who you are. No, they're typing now. They know exactly who they are.
Skull base back. Oh no, we need to go to file requests. Pixologic crit uploads. did you remove files? Or did you shuffle? Oh, good.
Sure
I was
did.
just like, wait a minute. Like, what has happened here?
All right.
No.
Trying to
Oh,
keep you
there's
organized.
you as well. Sorry.
There is me as well, but you know, I can get a crit from you anytime.
Why does it say open? This file's too big to preview.
It won't.
No. Do I have to click it and then download it over here? Yep, I guess I do. Okay. So hello everyone. I'm sorry that I'm not responding to chat, and that's because for some reason I have no chat window. Ta-da! Who can do it? Oh my God, Henry. Copying those drives. The thing has been going for 3 days, and it's just like, oh, you know, might be halfway there. It's like, oh. Transferring 10 terabytes of files is rough. There's just
through USB 2,
yeah,
probably.
without a doubt. There's just no fast way, is there? I mean, even if those were, you know, 2 internal drives, I mean, it's still not fast.
Now, it would be significantly faster if it were going through SATA to
It's
SATA,
still
but
10 terabytes.
it's still going to take a while.
We could probably do it in a day and a half. Yay!
In ZBrush, real quick, can you do the hold shift thing over top of your delete hidden button so we know where it is in the menus if it weren't in your UI?
Delete hidden. I see what you're saying. I'm like,
Yeah.
do the
where is delete hidden? Yeah, no, I worded that real good.
Tool geometry delete hidden. So tool geometry, and it's probably a modified topology if I'm not mistaken. Delete hidden. Yeah. I rub my eyes and now my eyes are just crapless. Did that make sense? Did we get that? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, thanks.
You know, this seems to be going well. So there must have been something on that was really causing that problem with the OBS overload. Or does just resetting it?
No, I think you had something running in there that was sucking up GPU.
Yeah, but why was it overloading and... Oh, well, never mind. Doesn't matter.
You know?
Yep, exactly. Computers.
Yep. Computers
Right.
and Tomas.
For someone who has decided to make his life computers, I suck at this game. Man. It's something on my eyes. I rub my eyes and now my eyes are... Well, it could just be the barometer shifting and my allergies are being wonkadong.
Yeah. Have you heard of Ma-cut brushes?
Well, they're brushes that Michelangelo Hernandez did. The same guy who did the my mod Dirty Blue. The MAH in front of things means
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't. No.
You haven't used
they're not
them,
ones
right?
that I've used. But that doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, it's funny because depending on when he made them, because I know that he's been working outside of the ZBrush world for a while now. So, but he's gotten back into making some things. So they could be newer brushes that I've never seen, or they could just be old brushes I wasn't thinking of cut brushes at the time.
It sounds like they're old brushes. Someone's suggesting they don't seem to work with ZBrush 2021 and wanted to know if
They're old brushes.
that was anyone else's experience.
I mean, you got to think that
Yeah.
I think I started using Ma Dirty Blue in R7, R6, R7, something like that.
Back in your 20s, yeah.
Way back. Before the interwebs. Oh, well, this is a ZBrush project. So this is a perfect time for it because...
Luckily, it's the last one because you're about to lose everything.
And why we ask for ZTLs, not CPRs. But you're the last, so I won't kick you too hard. After Cat's review, everyone's scared. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is change the material. What else have the project change? Okay, that's all right. So
Let's make sure they can
All right.
talk. Unmute. Say something. You're on the spot.
Something.
There you go.
it works.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay.
Bathtub mermaid. All right.
Yeah. Sorry about that with the Z tool,
Eh.
not the Z project. I mean, the Z
It is
project,
what
not the
it
Z
is.
tool.
No drama. Alrighty, so let us see here. Okay.
Yeah, the hair is fibers, so I had to look at it in BPR to
Yeah,
see
you
it. but-
can convert fibers into a you can dynamesh them and turn them into a solid. And I can't.
Oh, okay. Because I tried to sculpt. I tried to like hard sculpt hair, like because I want it to be
Sure.
like she's gonna be underwater, and I was just having a hard time. So I was like, fibers it is, because there's
Yeah,
brushes.
it's hard. I mean, no, you have deformation layers.
I had layers when I sculpted it, but I took it out when I sent it to you.
Did that work? Because it just said you had layers.
I did, but I baked it before I sent it because my file was being wonky.
Okay, so there we go. Now, do I have something turned on? Why is it so dark? Oh, because I have paint on. All that paint. Stop the paint. All right, so let us duplicate this. And if I am not mistaken, you can just go right here. 1.5 mil Dynamesh. Is it going to do it? Yeah. You can do it. And once you Dynamesh it, you can come back in and play with it a little more, and because everything seems to be sculpturally stylized. You know what I mean? The other stuff's not photorealistic, so having photorealistic hair is an odd step. It'll become very obvious, if that makes any sense, that it's different than the rest of the textures and stuff. So I would Dynamesh it and then use your rhythms and patterns from this to create a more sculpted looking hair, if that makes any sense. Sorry, this is a little box, so it takes a little bit of time.
There's like a lag, so like you say the thing and then later I see the thing.
1, 2.
Welcome to Discord.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's like a 10-second lag. Sorry. So you can see that, you still have, squirrely hair, but you can come back in and futz with it, get it to a place where you can sculpt it. You can also Sculptress Pro this and get it into a place, but you have like the rhythm of the hair you're looking for. So just know that you can turn this into a solid and futz with it. That's all I wanted to show you.
Oh, that's good, because I was going to ask you if you had any like tips on like sculpting hair.
I would just come back in here, and you can use, I just hold down smooth and have Sculptress Pro set to it, and you can come back in and, oh, this is 8 million polys. Okay, well that explains. I would decimate this. Let's take that to 1 million. See, this is where the RAM and the processors make a difference. Is the amount of time it takes to do things like this. All right. Well, I guess we have time. It doesn't matter. Oh.
That's sort of still in progress. I want to make a whole thing out of it. Yeah. I thought this would be a good spot to get some feedback.
That's what I'm trying to, that's why I'm like, okay, well, might as well just be patient here. And so you can get a feeling for, a lot of little tools over there that are saying, what were, like your rig number 4, are those different poses?
It started off as Z spheres, and then those are probably my multiple attempts to like get the posing right. And
no, I'm just being.
I haven't deleted. I haven't cleaned up.
I would just say that as you go along, if there are things you're not using, delete them quickly, because if you're anything like me, where I have 70 sub tools and then all these other tools, and it's just like, oh my god, I don't even know which one's which, and I never label anything. So make sure you label everything. I'm not a big labeler. You can ask Henry. He's very happy with my tool organization and model organization.
I'm surprised you know the word labels.
Isn't that like fashion houses?
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Hey man, Dolce & Gabbana has a label, right? Aren't we talking about that? Isn't that what we're going?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. No, I'm very underwhelming in that department. I love teaching, and in my little videos, I'm like, make sure you label, and then I don't label it. What am I doing? Oh my god. That's just, it's tragic.
Good. Do as I say, not as I do type moment. As I say.
What was that? Random verbiage. Are we lagging? No. Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure. I'm like, because this is this.
Oh, still
sorry,
here.
You got to think there are a lot of little fibers in there, and now I'm trying to decimate this, and it's just like, what do you want me to do? And this is on my.
It's gonna catch fire.
And streaming. And it's my little computer. But it's working on it. I mean.
I go out with a bang.
Oh, no.
My bad.
No, it's not a problem. I just wanted to try to show you this. We'll wait a little bit more. I've never done anything this CPU intensive on this machine, so the poor little bugger only has 16 gig of RAM. It's like, Can't you hear it making that noise? Okay, I'm not seeing a processing bar. This could be ugly. All right, here. We're just going to escape. Stop it. All right. All right, so I'm not going to show you that right now. Just know that you can do that and then
kidding.
decimate it, and you can then come back in, and you obviously now have the rhythm or the flow of the hair, and it becomes much easier to sculpt. I will do a demo of that at a different point, but it does not want me to do that right now on this machine. So let us go back to where we were. Let's look at the hair honor. Okay, it has some of that floaty, lofty feeling. I think you may want to get these moving a little bit up. Right now these are coming out pretty flat sideways. Right, this line here and this line here. You may want to just get a little... No. Are these actually fibers? So I'd need to use a hairbrush. That's tragic. I never do hair. All right. Do you see what I'm talking about here? See how that line's going straight across and this line's going straight across? We'll wait 10 seconds. Yeah.
Waiting for it to catch up.
And I don't have my little drawy thing, so that makes this harder. But like when things float in water, right, they start to get that gravity. Very rarely are you going to find in that sort of floaty two things heading straight sideways. Right, so those need to, these two little hair mats need a little bit more loft up. Or even just have a little bit more waviness to them. But I would say, because you got to think that she probably laid back in the water. So the impetus is the water coming around. Oh, tear it out of my ear. Is the water coming around the head and pulling up. And that's how you get that loft, because, you know, as you're moving in the water, you know, your hair's coming in the other direction and lofting. And so she's laid back in the pool, or laid back into the bathtub, and so the hair would be coming off the head and kind of going up. And I just think that these are two pretty drastic flat lines. At least get the edges up and kind of knock a wave into them a little. Because this side doesn't have any of those, right? You can see that this feels like these are all going up. And here, these are going to the side. Stop it. Right. Hide the hair. Now let's look at some of our anatomy here. Let's get rid of... There we go. So, couple things. And I know, once again, it may be stylized. You know, these are things you may want. But just... I think that going to the true anatomy first, you know, once again, when you're dealing with anatomy, start realistic in your brain. I mean, okay, I don't want to hear anything about the postmodernist or anything like that. Yes, Modigliani did just use little wires with lumpy things on it. And his proportions weren't correct. But that's a different issue altogether. So, first thing... with your face, I think that it's coming straight across, but it's still, because you don't have sort of this muscle set here, this has deformation layers. Layers, bake off. Okay, show part. Bake all. Okay. Well, here, we'll just do this. For the size of the head, I think that the jaw is a little high and sharp, but there are plenty of people who have baby jaw. So, you know, once again, stylistically speaking, yes, you can deal with it, but usually you have a little bit more, you know, this is a little, especially with the head being this big, you have a little bit more.
I used an unusual model too for the face. I changed her eyes a little bit, but her nose was different and her lips.
I just think having, once again, you know, stylistically speaking, you're a little sharper than this. But I think the sharpness is making, actually, it's not even there. It's right here. This, actually, this is a whole part here. And what's happened is by making this line here, so a lot of people, when they sculpt faces, actually the faces, all of this area here drops back and in, right? And that's not what happens, right? There's bone there. You can't drop the center of the face back and in. So a lot of people get this area a little weird. Now, I was thinking that it was up there, but it wasn't. It's actually this little area right here. And you can see by just allowing this to come out where it is, and this muscle is actually out here, right? So where you have this cutting back and in is a little abrupt right here. There's still meat here. And so this muscle is gone, right? You've created it flat. Now, if you're doing this stylistically, ignore the words that I'm saying. It's always they're like, well, that's what I meant to do. And I'm like, okay, you know what? That's what a lot of people say when they can't do it. So I'm just, if you are truly doing something stylistic, ignore me. But this just has a little bit more angle and meat to it. And that,
Well, I like that
it just
better.
doesn't look like the face is caving in on itself because that line isn't really there. Right, that's kind of doing that. But that meat's coming up in it.
I guess I was thinking like fish, but I don't think I really hit it.
You know, and once again, once you start to stylize something, it's fine. But, you know, you can take this and make these sharper edges and make this a sharp intersection and still have the meat in the part, right? So that and once again, I don't know if you just saw all that nonsense that I always talk, but you know,
adding the meat is a nice touch. Like, I don't know, it balances it better.
Right,
I guess.
because I mean, hold on, here we go. See, it's
I don't
not.
know. Like, that was something I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's this
but
muscle
that's
right
what
here
it was.
that you're missing. You brought the cheek all the way in, that all the way up, and it made it look like this part of the face is deep inside, right? See that little lump right there? That's what you were missing. So that little groove right there. You see? And that makes this become a sharp edge. If you're being stylistic, you can have sharp edges. But if you're not trying to be that stylistic, you're missing a muscle. All right, so there's a little bit more meat right there too.
I just bought the Anatomy for Sculptors for myself for Christmas, so
it's
pretty
it's a
excited to
fantastic
get into that.
And you see the difference? I mean, this is a little bit more flushed out, and this looks like you're whoa.
Yeah, no,
Symmetry on.
I get better.
I'm over here sculpting on half your face. Like, ah. And that also, the thing here is, oh, you have hair, so it doesn't matter. But just so you're thinking about it, you sort of see the back of your head here a little more. This is a little bit more there, and that creates some of the width of the head in the back. Right, that's where you're getting some of that silhouette of the skull is actually back there, as opposed to being a pinhead. And that's was the technical term, literally, when all this is kind of,
Yeah.
so you can see that by just pumping this out. Come on, there you go. That allows you to get the temple in there and not cut into the forehead. But you have hair, so it doesn't really matter. But okay, so that was the face issue. We figured. All right. And so now the other thing, let's just do this in parts. Because we're streaming 11 million poly model on my poor machine, I just want it to breathe a little. Get me there. So the other thing, let's look at the breast. So if she were lying back in water, chances are your breast, and I'm just going to fill it in instead of actually moving the breast up, which would probably happen. I mean, if you're thinking about this is probably going to ride. Where's move? Come on, you. That's not move. Why is move not working? Move? There we go. Because I had it assigned to my smooth space. Right, you're probably going to get a little bit more loft in the breast because you're lying back, and the gravity of the water is going to give you a little bit. Right, the breast is probably going to ride back here a little more. Nope, that is not the tool I was looking for. There's the tool I was looking for. Come on, give me a little more there.
While you're working on that, will you tell me next Monday, is that also going to be a crit session?
Sure, if there are enough. I mean, like I said, I think that I'm going to try to run crits as much as possible if we keep going, because no one's out there doing it, and I don't know how much people really enjoy watching me sit around and sculpt. So at least this is, I mean, maybe I'll do one day a month where I'm working on something. We'll tune it.
Or
Yeah,
if
exactly.
nobody
Or if there are
submitted
no
files.
I'll just shift.
Cool.
Right, you're just going to get a slightly different. That gravity isn't going to happen under the breast, right? It's going to actually kind of rise up, especially if you're lying on your back. This meat kind of rides up in here. And you get a flatter profile of the breast. Right? So look at how the breast is actually laying on its back. You know, these breasts aren't necessarily so large that you're really going to get a huge fat shift up into the clavicle. But that is going to flatten out and ride up. And ribs, sphenofinal flatter flat. I can never remember what the name of that muscle. So once again, mermaids, you can tell me, Tomas, that's what I was trying for. But your rib cage is a smoother curve up and out here. And then these muscles actually fill this in more. And that's a hell of a belly button.
I'm a little excited.
I like that belly button. It's a 1 ouncer. You could use that as shot glass. And then this muscle still is here. So I would tend to make, in the many mermaids that I've made, I would tend to make this, instead of being on a muscular level, more on a skin level. And so this transition, you cut this really deep here, this transition, and you still have this pelvic mound here. So you got to think that, well, in that transition point, you know, you're not really going to have this huge lack of muscle there, right? You know, all these muscles are coming in. So you want this to be a little bit more like a physical transition, not a big graphic transition. Does that make sense? Right? You know, that pelvic mound comes pretty much out of this area, so you don't need that to be so melodramatic, that cut in. Right? See, now it looks as if this is the body, and then you have a transition into scales, as opposed to, let's come back here. You can do it. Come on, you. Ugh. Poor little chugger. Right. See how this is not an anatomical transition. See how thick that is? That's a pretty good step.
Mhm.
Where if you make it more... Now we get to wait for it to go back. Come on. You know, now it is actually part of her anatomy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I realize I'm nodding my head and you can't see any of that.
And the other thing is, scales don't go in straight lines. You cheater. I see, you're like, I can make a half loop and make it scoopy. Nope, don't do that. Scales don't do this. They do. Like, scales are basically little L's at 45 degrees. They step. They cross over one another, peak to peak, right? So if you're going to make a brush to do this, make one that has at least the 3 scales, right? So what you need is not a brush that's repeating 1 scale, but one that is repeating 3 scales, right? You need...
That'll make more, that would make more sense. Because I was having a hard time lining those up, and I was like, I just want to see what it looks like.
So, you know, you need something that's going to give you that.
Yeah, no,
and so you can have that repeat as long as you get your step right where these are coming out of that, and then it has that, right? So you can, but scales overlap. So, cheater.
Right.
Come on. You're like, man, did I really put that many strokes down? I just drew 4 triangles. Come on.
Very good triangles.
All right. Okay. So now, just like anatomy here, and I know you're not going to see it, blah, 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 but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't spend too much time on the back because she was laying down. You weren't supposed to notice that.
So, and here again, Sort of, once again, look at your anatomy for sculptors. And remember that this muscle is kind of coming in and attaching back up in here, right? This muscle goes under that. So you have your pec, and then your bicep is riding up and under that, not over it. And so your bicep sort of sits at this funny angle. And then you have like a little lumpy muscle here. And you have your nice little ridge line here, which becomes your tricep. So go back in and stop thinking of things as tubes, right? You have a very wonderful anatomy reference book. I'm like, anatomical reference book, but I couldn't say that. I was having a hard time with words. Words were abandoning me. So don't be lazy. Do your research. And
I know, I just got it. I'm pretty excited about it.
This is actually doing something more like that, right? This is cutting up and into the armpit. It's not out here. And I was being melodramatic. But come on. Man. Undoing is slow as dirt today. Oops. Right. I mean, look at where you're connecting here. And I've even cut some of that out, I think. Hold on. Let's go back, you board. Holy Hannah. Slow pokey. All right, you know what? There we go. I'm gonna do this. Okie dokie. Right, you see what I mean? You were just thinking of this as a tube, and you threw it in there, as opposed to making a thinner tube, right? And then coming in and kind of wrapping your head around where these insertions and origins are and what they're doing. And, the tricep doesn't end way up here. It actually comes down into here. And that's the intersection between the bicep and the tricep, right? So you got to think about these things in planes. And that's where he does it so well, because he took it from Bridgman. And see, it's not a tube, right? The pec sits on top of the bicep. And so wrap your head around those reflective planes. Don't think of arms and legs and stuff as just cylinders. I wish they had this picture from the other side so you could see that armpit going. Well, you have the book, so you can. Okay. But like, here's exactly what I mean. This is actually the bicep way up here. So, yeah, see, I mean, look at where the bicep's coming in up here. So, spend a little bit more time and energy and wrap your head around what's going on. Because, once again, this intersection isn't a tube in a tube, right? These are inserting, and they have insertions and origins. This is there because this creates this gesture, and it's inserting up under here. So this is actually coming up under the bicep so it can pull here. And so, kind of wrap your head around these shapes again. And you got to think that this is really the bone for the most part, right? This is all bone, a bone ridge. And so, what's happening? This is a ball, basically. And your hand comes off of that. So just spend a little bit more time and energy thinking about your anatomy, even if you're going to stylize it afterwards. Right, this is actually coming down in here. So that isn't, this concave shape. It's the muscles that make it look that way, but it's a pretty straight bone, right? And it has a little curve, but
Honestly, I did have trouble with that arm because, like, the way it's up on the tub too, like, I did not help myself by making it in that position.
yeah, it's just spending a little more time and a little bit more consideration with your anatomy. You can get it to this point, and I mean, like, this is a perfectly good block up point, right? You're like, okay, I'm here. But then come back in and go, okay, so how is that arm laying? And just look at your arm. You can see that, this muscle isn't just dead ending here. It's actually coming up under here, right? And so think about what's happening and then just kind of replicate it. And, now with iPhones and crap, it's super easy. Like, if I had friggin' iPhone when I when I was learning anatomy, I'd be in heaven. But we actually had to take pictures and then, wait for it, process them. So, have a friend sit in the pose, have a friend take 4 pictures, from different angles and use it, right? And I know it's like, oh, well, I'm just trying to be quick and this and that. That's great. Up to this point, that's great. But now, spend the time and energy and wrap your head around what's happening anatomically, right? And you'll be happier.
Yeah. I know. It's a good point.
She has truck hands. I don't know. What is it? Not Hunter. What's the show? Help me, Henry.
Cannot help you. You've dug this hole, and I'm just going to sit here and watch.
It's the cartoon. It's not Hunter. It's... Oh, my God.
I'm going to Google truck hands, and you are solely
Okay, well, they keep
responsible for
saying
whatever
that
comes up.
I can't believe it. I'm having a bad brain day because I think this cartoon is one of the funniest things in the world. So her hands are a little robust in comparison with her head size. Right. And I understand that they're, deep sea killing things, but it's one word. I cannot believe I can't think of the name. Okay, whatever. That's going to drive me nuts.
Coming to you in the middle of the night.
Thing, I think that the Archer. Thank you. Damn it. I'm like, I cannot believe that that this isn't coming to me. I love this show. They keep saying Lana has truck hands. She has big hands. And he calls them truck hands. And so I think that your tail is a little huge. I mean, just think anatomically speaking, the torso just seems a little small for the tail. And I understand the tail's this long because you want it laying on the floor. Right. Yeah.
I wanted it to be dramatic.
But you just have to think that, a superhero is 8 head lengths tall, right? So figure give it another 2 head lengths for, a tail. But you're dealing with someone who's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's 8 head lengths to her knee. She's about 14 head lengths tall. And, once again, not saying that mermaids aren't mostly tail. I just think that you can bring it just a touch more into the actual feminine. Now, that's saying you want a feminine. Once again, no, I want a really buff. I want Michelangelo. I want, dudes with grapefruits duct
Oh,
taped
God.
to their chest.
Which orange?
I mean, I don't think Michelangelo had ever seen a woman naked. I truly believe that.
I think
I don't think there's a chance he ever saw a woman naked,
point.
because he draws the most butch dudes with like grapefruits just duct taped to. Yeah, he's awesome.
I mean, it makes me feel better though because he's such this great artist. But that's
I just don't think he's
one no-go
ever
zone.
seen a woman nude. I mean, honestly, I don't think he ever did. I mean, okay, there are a couple that might be one, maybe, but I mean, big Adam's apples, big like fucking. You're just like, dude, you're an observer. You know, come on, look around at least a little and understand that every woman in Italy at that moment wasn't 6'4", weighing 380. You know, it's just like. Yeah, I don't think there's a woman who did that many push-ups in that entire world. You know, I don't see it. Oh my God.
At that point.
I just remember.
Stop telling me.
I just remember walking around looking at those sculptures, going, "What?" There's the one that are the two over the vestibula or whatever, tabula, and they're kind of doing this at each other, and you're just like, dude. Come on. I mean, really? It is literally just coconuts duct taped to someone. It's just like, it's really awesome in its own way. It really is. You're just like, you go, Daddy-o. Yeah, I'd be worried about preserving your scales if they were scales and not just rows of half circles.
Oh, started out with good intentions. It devolved quickly.
I've done more than one snake where I had all the scales pointing towards the head, and when you're done, and I literally go over each scale and hand sculpt them. And let me tell you, when you're like 3/4 of the way done and realize, because you take the two, you know, I take the cylinder off and cut the head off and cut the other tail off, and I'm trying to get the rhythm of the stuff going. And I turned it back on, and it was all backwards. I was just like,
no. That's when I turn off the computer and go take a nap.
I was getting paid for that job. That wasn't even like fun. It was like, oh my God, what have I done? I'm like, holy Hannah. It's just absurdity at its finest. I mean, just see how much mass you have in the hips and buttocks here. And you know, because it's a fish scale, you don't even have the extra curve of the actual buttock. You know, you're turning this into a streamline, and this is it's just big. And I get it. I mean, I get why you've done it, but you may want to consider at some point, and it doesn't have to happen now, obviously, just making her bigger, right? And getting the hips down here and changing the angle of the tail a little. Just so she's not so tiny compared to her tail. I just moved that. I only moved that twice. Why do I have to hit these buttons like 30 times to get it back up there? All right. I have spatial discontinuity with my undos. All right. Let's see. Let's bring our tub in here. Yeah, see, I mean, if you think about it, see how far she is in the tub. You could easily bring all this down here and have her just be a little bigger. You know, just change the scale of her torso a little. You'd actually fill up the tub better, and that proportion just seems a little bit better. But I keep looking at her without hair. Yeah. See how she looks like she has a little pinhead compared to the length of her torso. And, that coming down, that coming up a little more, a little out, a little more. I think you could just scale the size of her torso up a little, shove it down some, and that just seems like it's slightly, right? You see what I mean? That looks like it's torso, hips, leg. And of course these are going to get a little longer, but not 3 or 4 head lengths longer. So futz with our scale just a bit, I think. Other than that, I mean, your shapes are fine. I would say try to avoid, see how you have these ridges? You're dealing with a fish, right? They're pretty streamlined and smooth forms for the most part. So streamline your forms out a little bit more, so it feels a little bit fishier. That's a little fishy. See, because now when I stretched out her torso, see the hip width. See, now this hip seems small, right? Your hip width is tied to a larger torso. So I think that is the issue, is that just the torso is too small. Now, I have mangled this into some very weird things, but I think you know where we're heading with this.
You'll laugh to know that this is actually one of the smaller tails I made. It was bigger than this.
What's funny is, like, if the tail were... Stop that. If the tail were even wider, that's not an issue. It's just long,
longer.
it's super long, and it diminishes. In all reality, this moment right here, looking at the hand and that being there, this is the moment of the part, and you throw all this stuff in there, and at the original scale, that was so minuscule. I still think this tub is very dramatically large compared to her. I would thin this ridge up, because right now, look at how big the frame is. This reflective surface right here is as big as her arm, or is as thick as her arm. Where if you come in and... Ooh, that's not the one I want. And I know you don't have any geometry here. But look at that. You're looking at a person in a tub, right? And now look at that.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at a person in a fat frame. Do you see how the framing really changes how predominant she is? Do you see that? Oh.
Waiting for it to catch up. We were good, and then I lost you.
I'm looking at... Are we not caught up? Okay.
Yeah, now we're caught up.
So you see the difference
Thinned out
there?
the tub.
I think that's a little thick. And that's just changing the geometry a touch. And I also...
Well, apparently I didn't get it across properly, and that's on me, but I was trying to get, like, you know how the tubs that where the edges kind of like curl over and then kind of curl under? Like one
but if you look,
tubs,
you flatten this out too.
I don't know. I just...
hold on.
It's still super basic. Like, it needs work. No, I totally get what you're saying. Like, that's on me. It still needs a lot of work.
And so... what is going on?
It is interesting seeing it thinned out like that. Like, it's a different perspective.
Come on, you.
No rush, but this
Okay.
is your 2
Yeah, no,
a.m. notice. Just
I don't
FYI.
have to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm not too stressed about being. The 2 a.m. morning isn't as important as it was last time when I had to get up in the morning, drive an hour and a half to. Yeah, it was joyful. We won't go into that online. We'll leave that story for a different time.
Oh, okay. Here, I like what you did there where you beveled it out.
Right,
I
and
feel
so
like you're using the
what's nice
same
about that is
dynamic.
that it that becomes a much softer frame, and so
Yeah.
you're getting sort of that curved out edge. Why is it? Oh, perspective is turned on. No wonder things are looking bizarro. Right, and so now when we look at this, we just have a thin bright spot out here on the edge, and it makes her a little more important in the part.
Mhm.
And plus,
I hadn't considered the tubs framing, so this is
yeah,
interesting.
it's funny because I think that also what you have is a flat bottom here, and that's making the framing very it's you're losing her down. It's making it look farther and deeper back, and if you do this, if we lose that graphic line, I think this will become a softer form. And I'm going to turn it this way just because the baked shadow is really heavy there, and I don't want to see that baked shadow right here. See how she now seems like she's floating in space as opposed to being framed by that square? Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
You know, she's now a little bit more present as opposed to framed by that little rectangle that brought her down and made this frame that much more important. I think I would also probably not have this be square, because a lot of these old iron tubs, you know, had a little bit more that almost teapot feel. And I think by knocking some of this edge off, once again, it keeps it a little less so obviously like a rectangle frame, and it now becomes more of a floaty environment as opposed to this rigid square. And I think that
Right.
this give this a little bit more thickness, and oh, I see that is if we make this just a smoother curve down and in, it'll accent her a little more. Because this will be a slow, soft, nice shadow. Yeah.
Versus that hard edge.
Right where. Little res. Get rid of that weirdo edge. SK trim. And let's turn it this way so we can kind of see. It just sort of becomes a little bit more of an organic form, which sort of ties into that floaty, mermaidy. Yeah, that was a crap angle. Sorry. Looking at it from one direction, then you look at it from the other. Oh, what did I do? Hide her again for a second and let me fill this hole in. You can see I'm kind of getting rid of that dark shadow right there and making this a smoother transitional form. Bring it back in. Boop, boop, boop. And now, once again, it just becomes this nice form that goes up and under her as opposed to being that tight rectangle. Oh, what is going on there? Stop that. And I've obviously pushed this around a little. Oh, we made her torso bigger. That's why her arms coming out of that. That's a thin edge. Okay. Move will be good. If you're not making noise, you're not trying. Okay. Something like that. I don't know. I think that's a little bit more organic, a little bit better to scale. Making her head and torso bigger makes that more important than the tail, right? You know, I don't mind making the tail wider. I just think that you needed to balance out the length of that tail some. Because if it's all...
I kept going back and forth on the tail size, so it's good to hear a different opinion. I've been staring at this so long, it's good to get a different point of view.
Yeah, I just think that if it's all tail, the image is about the tail. And the image isn't about the tail. The image is about this moment of looking at your hand floating underwater, you know, this focus. Oh,
Looking at
see,
a
it's
rubber
about looking
ducky.
at your rubber ducky. Oh, see. And now see, look at how tiny that rubber ducky was. That rubber ducky's too small. Boop. Is she looking at?
There was just something about this cute round rubber ducky next to her sharp nails that
can
just
back
made me smile.
I just think you need to be able to see the rubber ducky. And that rubber ducky was tiny.
Yeah.
Right, because now, and actually I would probably do something more in the, what? Stop it. Does that have layers too? Why do you have all these layers on?
Can neither confirm nor deny
saying,
the
I don't know
existence
what
of
you're
those
all
layers.
layering about. Just get in there and sculpt that rascal. What the hell? Right.
I was probably unsure about if I wanted to commit.
Start committing. It's important. I would position the hand and the rubber ducky so you can at least see she's looking at a rubber ducky. And the other thing I would probably do is, now that I now know that there's a rubber ducky here, is get it kind of over here. And I know I'm just moving this and mangling it, sorry. Get that over there. And then probably sort of pull her over here so you get a little motion in the torso. And then rotate the head so the head's looking at the rubber ducky. And I know I've just do this actually by twisting your model. Don't just move it around like a muddle jerk that I am. But that way it's not so straight on. Everything is very straight on, symmetrical. Give me a little motion in here. See, I mean, you have plenty of room to bring her over here. I know, I've just left her eyes someplace. She didn't need those eyes anyway. Look at that. Now it's sort of like a space fro. So, you know, now I've just jammed her body out of the pool. She's now become so much more anatomically sound. Aren't you glad you were paying attention to what I was showing you?
The refraction of the water
right,
made her look all loopy. It's fine.
You know, just get a little motion in there. Just so it's not all straight up and down. Now, remember I told you to pay attention and not make a lumpy fish, where I just made a very lumpy fish. Oh, it's turned on 51. I don't know why my preset's at 51. I do because I left it that way when I saved it, but that's a dumb, that's a dumb preset, just so everyone knows. Yeah, just get some motion in there, I think. And have her looking at the ducky instead of just straight out. Well, I guess it was right in front of her hand, but if I'm trying to teach, I don't know if this is really going to help you any. You're not there yet.
No, it's
Get the hand out in front of her face. Move it to the side so she could see. Get a little bit more in there, and then that way you're going to. It's just more interesting. And I know it's easier to sculpt in symmetry, and that's fine. And get it to where you need it to be. But then have your subdivision level so you can move it around and not lose all the sculpting you just did when you repose it. Ja? Did any of that make any sense?
yeah. Oh, it does. It does.
Well, I'm really glad.
You lost me about an
I'm
hour
really
ago.
glad I worked on those breasts. Those look so much better. Man, chat's so nasty when I'm not paying attention. I see how you guys are.
Mostly just why'd you only do one of them?
Because I did one poorly. I don't need to do two poorly. I just said use anatomical reference, not here. Tomas is just muddling this around like a big lump-de-dump.
That I should use Michelangelo statues as
Oh,
reference
no.
to get really good.
Michelangelo
boobs.
reference is just... There you go. That's Michelangelo.
Looks more painterly the way you've done
Yeah,
it.
it just has some rhythm and some flow to it.
Good thing.
Here,
Good
just
thing.
have to do this. You don't hear anything about my spelling. You all be quiet.
Oh, no.
I mean, come on, dude. Really? I mean, look. He has male pecs, and you put this grapefruit. Well, really, it's more like a pomegranate there. But you did it. What are you doing? What is that? Come on, buddy. I mean,
Oh, these are the masters.
come
These are
on,
the masters.
buddy. You're so good. I mean, that's tragic. Look at those deltoids. Look at the forearm.
It's so good.
I mean,
Love it. It's so good.
come
He
on.
really did just like glue it
I
on
know.
there. Just
It's
like
like
an apple.
it's even like cut under the other pec. That's what's great. I mean, it's like not even like this one's not even trying. Look, there's the pec muscle, and then there's like this little bullet cone. It's like, dude, you are awesome.
I like the comics where they're like the guy, like the commission that is like, I asked for a woman. This is a
No,
dude. And he's
these
like,
were for the
fine.
Vatican.
Just like
This
glue
is
the
for the
big
Vatican.
marble on
None
there.
of them wanted a woman, trust me. I mean, look at that. What the hell? I mean, it's just, this is like one of my favorite sculptures of his. I just think it is so awesome. I'm like, dude. I mean, like, what are you
It's great.
thinking
I love
about,
it.
man? Oh, they gave David breasts, but the problem is, but those are real breasts. That's not a dude's breast. I mean, you all missed the point on that one, I think. Oh my God, he is so awesome. I mean, just don't care.
Love
I mean,
it.
you can't care. You can't care at all. Because this dude was an incredible observer. You know what I mean? It's like, homie could see. Nope. Did not care at all. Here you go. Boop. I mean, it is almost like they
Stick
just
it on
glued
there.
them on afterwards. It's like, all right, fine. I'll give her breasts. And then we find like some mummified woman from this point. She has like these grapefruit breasts. We're like, oh, who knew? Who knew?
It'd be amazing.
I know, right?
If he
Wouldn't
had
that
it
be
like his
great?
model, like the one lady who always
Like, what's wrong with this idiot? They're like, nothing. Look, That's Maria Santa Tadina. You're like, oh, well, hell. Michelangelo. You goofy bugger. It really is an awesome sculpt. I just love how the head and hands are bigger because you're looking at it from a low point. So it's forced perspective, so it looks correct looking up. That's some heavy thinking, actually.
It didn't really hit me how big it is that he had to do that till I saw a photo of like someone standing next to it, like up high. They're like on a ladder.
A thing. Yeah, no, it's not tiny at all.
Whoa, that's huge.
Yeah. No, it's an impressive piece. I mean, you know, dude was awesome, but did not know, never saw a naked woman ever. Because I mean, you know, he could do female faces. He couldn't really paint female faces. He has a lot of females that look like dudes too, but you know, he could sculpt a female face. But holy Hannah. Sorry, we just had to go look at good old females.
It just shows that you
Look
could
at
be
that.
amazing.
Look at that. Look at that arm. I mean, Eve, dude. Where's that arm? She has like 4. Oh, come on, give me a big pic. No. Hold on. It's just too good. Oh no. Where are you? There you are. Look at that. Look at that. Holy Hannah. That's Frank. I mean, that arm is a monster. I love it. It's just so good. Yeah. Very feminine back you got there, Frank.
Just because she never skips arm day.
What's
Come
that?
on. Just because Eve never skips arm day.
Look. Perfectly good female face. You know, perfectly good female face. But I still never ever saw a woman nude.
It's the sculptures are still my favorite though. So the female sculptures are still my favorite.
Hell yeah, look at that. Look at that. I mean, that is just awesome sauce. I wish I could get away with that. That bicep, man. You did not want to arm wrestle. You don't want to arm wrestle Eve, man. Eve would take you down. Poor Adam. No wonder he came out with a complex. Eve's biceps, like, oh man, come on.
Good stuff.
You've devolved
this is
to
important
madness.
design
you
stuff.
know that, right? Okay.
I mean, everybody should know this. That is a dude. Look at that. Look at that arm. I'm just saying. Eve will take you out, dude. Look at that neck. Look at that hip. I mean, she is brick shithouse. That's the word right there, boy. All right. Okay. Here we go. Into the late evening, and I do start to get silly. I'm just saying. I don't want to arm wrestle Eve. That's all I got. What have I learned from art history? Eve will beat you in arm wrestling. Look at that deltoid. Jesus God. Holy Hannah. Ah, the Vatican. Gotta love the place. Wackadoodle. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? This really did start in a critique about her weird arms. Just saying.
I asked in chat for questions. They didn't have any.
They're like,
They
"Aren't
want
you
you to
done
devolve
yet?"
to madness.
They're like, "We love it." I know, right? Okay. Anything else? Anyone?
Thank you for the critique.
Well, you're very welcome.
The fun facts.
Goodness gracious.
That's
Well,
what
actually,
happens
this
when you
isn't
go late
even
into
that
the night, I
late.
guess.
We used to go 3:34 a lot. But, well, I would just go
Wow.
until we're done, you know. And we didn't have very many models tonight. So I got to spend an extra long time on everyone's. But, yeah, sometimes.
Thank you. It was good to watch it, the other people's
I
too.
think
Like I learned things.
I think critique is really one of the best ways to learn, especially in something like this where I can actually work on your model, you know, as opposed to just pointing it out and saying, "Oh, see this." If I can actually move it around and make these lovely breasts and these incredible arms, you can see where the potentialities of your model can go. No, but I think it's very helpful to, because if I'm saying, like when we did the tiger earlier, or the jaguar, tiger, lion, the big cat, you know, being able to actually change the direction of those steps, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Where if I'm just talking about it, you're still looking at the same image and you're not tangibly, physically seeing the transition. And I think that visual connect, I found that it really helps, because when you're doing it, and like when the students, I was doing it every week, I think they gain quite a bit from it, being able to see me position and move their model and say, okay, here, this is what I'm talking about right here. Henry, what do you think? Is that rational? Henry went through the class.
Yeah, I think it helps a lot to see you
Right.
work on my models. Like I learn the most when you're actually working on my models, because I can visualize what I should be doing differently. Whereas watching you work on other people's models or doing your own sculpting work, like I get the idea, I get what you're trying to instill in me, but until you do it to something that I've worked on, it's hard for me to relate
Sure.
what I should be
Well,
doing.
and I think in class, though, it was a little bit easier to relate since you were all doing the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. When we're trying to copy you directly, then it makes perfect sense. But
No,
yeah, it takes it from
think so.
theoretical to tangible when he's working on your
'cause,
model.
I mean, I've tangibly made this a very different thing than you made.
Yeah, somehow I always come out at the end of a crit thinking mine looked better before he got his hands on it.
Well, also you got to think that I'm always trying to get just little areas done, and then I just start moving things around and it just becomes silly. But yeah, I'm usually just trying to get a point across, not redo your model. So your model should look better than mine.
A real quick question: is there a way to join things that have subdivisions and retain
No.
the subdivisions?
You mean to? Yeah.
No, you're always going to lose them, right?
Because if you're Boolean by union, or what do they call it? Remesh by union. That's just
Remesh.
a Boolean. It's just a short step Boolean union, and
Right.
you lose your subdivision levels. And that's why I always rebuild or ZRemesh. Well, I don't always. If it's later in the process, you know, I'll often leave it. But I really want my subdivision levels. So, yeah, no. I wish there was. That would be so awesome. There wouldn't even be words to express the bliss and joy that I would experience. The problem is when you Boolean things, or Dynamesh them or whatever, you're often dealing with different geometry counts, right? You know, so it would never have the same geometry, so you couldn't ever really do it unless it Z-remeshed as it was doing the Booleaning. You know, if there was a way to get it to remesh after that, and you know, technically the Dynamesh is just Boolean everything into a shell, right? Unless you can mechanically get it to Z-remesh at the same time it's doing the Boolean, I guess it could work. But yeah, sadly no. Now I have not tried reconstruct. Now, so with there is reconstruct subdivision levels, and I haven't used that in a while, so I don't know if or how effectively it should be in here, reconstruct subdivision levels, but I don't know if that's going to work after a Boolean, because once again you have two objects that are different subdivision information. So I don't think reconstruct subdivision levels works after a joining process. Now in, oh, I don't have it installed here. So much ZBrush. In so much ZBrush, which is a plugin, or I get in trouble for saying this. Well, so much monsters is a plugin. The other two things weren't plugins. A plugin.
Yeah,
I
so
keep
much
calling
monsters
everything a
is
plugin, and they're not plugins. And
yeah, Lazy Nizumi is not a plugin.
oh, look, that's kind of cool. He did some illustration style stuff. So these are the graphic presets. So so much NPR. He's so funny. These are good presets. These look nice. So much materials. Oh no, that's so much ZBrush. There it is. Come on, you. He has a tool which unifies, drops down, reprojects, and so it's doing all of those steps at one button push. So this is a good plugin that'll basically do it in one step because you're pushing a button, but it is still going through a bunch of processes. It's just Remesh Plus, and yeah, you can paint outlines and it'll break it up into the poly groups. This is it's an awesome tool. It's super, very, very good. I use it, but it doesn't happen to be. This is a new install of this, and I don't have it here. But this will do the one-step Z-remeshy, reprojecty thing. You have to go in and futz with it a little if it's a lot of detail, but it makes it much easier. Well, much easier. I mean, it's the same thing. You should learn how to do your reprojection so you understand what's going on. But I mean, you know, you can see that it's a very powerful plugin. And now he has so much NPR. This is really cool.
So 2 more
Sure.
questions
No,
if
I'll
you
take
want to
questions,
take
it's fine.
questions. One's pretty quick. How quickly could you block out a deltoid? I think this person, so that they said they spend way too much time fiddling with them. And just like in general, how long should you spend on it before you get to sculpting?
Well, I mean, once again, it kind of, yeah. No, well, I
Or
mean,
a
to be
muscle
fair, it kind
group.
of depends on how quickly you can figure out your muscle groups, right? I mean, if you have a rough idea of what it's supposed to be, or each one of these 3 million or 11 million polys. No wonder I'm struggling with it. You have like 700 million polys worth of stuff here. I'm joking. You don't. You're good.
And then while you're doing that, because I assume you're about to pull out some primitives, will you remesh by union those primitives real quick so Paulo can actually
First
see the
of all,
process?
let me do this. Do I have anything? I don't. Okay, let us. Project. Do I have a new project here? Oh, look at me. I do. Yay, team. So. Yeah. Let's get a little bit more geometry in here. No, stop that. Go that way. You go that way. All right. At least this way we can move it around a little. Taper. Bring it down a little. A little bit at the bottom. Let me change that transition point. W, hold down control, drag, make you a ball. W, drag it over here, make it. Okay, first of all, let's switch this back and actually get this in the right shape. How is that not centered? Oh. Get your rough rib cage. I'm just going to turn this into a clavicle line. No, that's way too thick. Stop that. Okay. Oh, symmetry's on. Sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, so W Let's divide this up some. Q. And so and so, you know, just come in and get your little groovers where they need to be. Oh, it's why I'm getting these dramatic forms is because I have not turned this into a single shape, and so these are pulling here. Whenever you're sculpting, right, and you're coming along and you're trying to do something, but you get these weird melodramatic moments where it like sucks in or sucks really weird. Like that, like, right, so like right here it's doing that, but look at what it's doing right there. Why that's happening, let's auto group this. Let's take this. See how this is all pulled up? I was working on the circle, but back face masking, these aren't back faces, these are forward faces, so they're going to try to pull up to the surface, or when I'm sculpting it's going to try to jump back down into the area. So that's the problem when you're trying to do things like this where you're sculpting over multiple surfaces. So you can kind of get your block in or whatever up and in. That's kind of, you can see I just can't sculpt, right? I hit that, it's all sucky. So this is where you come in, hit W, go here, remesh by union. Oh, multiple subdivision, always delete lower. Remesh by union. And these were all different geometries, right? I mean, these weren't, like in Dynamesh, this would take this back to, or it would remesh everything and you'd have a homogeneous mesh. Now, remesh by union doesn't do that. It retains the mesh density of the other parts, and you get these seams. So you can see these squares are smaller, these squares are bigger, these are a little smaller. It looks like these are smaller than those. So the beauty of remesh by union is if you're later in the process and you have details, but then I have a ball that's only 500 polys, but it's the right geometry I want. The thing that's nice about this is that it allows you to retain the geometry. Where Dynameshing, through that homogenization, you know, it'll often soften the detail. Remesh by union won't do that. So that's the benefit of remesh by union. Was the question about remesh by union, or did you actually just want? Okay, I was like
just combining
I
objects.
didn't sculpt the anatomy. I was like, was this about sculpting anatomy or was this about the remesh? Right, and you can see now that you could come in, and now I can sculpt this, and I'm not getting any of that suction, right? I'm not getting that jumping back into the deltoid area. And you can see that there's still these weird little puckers, and that's because it had to create weird geometry to create these seams, because let's zoom in here really close. Remesh by union gives you these weird seams because you have it doing the fractal tree to get it down to match the two different seams there. So I would continue to sculpt this way, and because let's say, you know, I'm using something that has much less geometry. Here, let me give you a better example here. Delete all, go away. Let's come back to star. So our star is perfect, right? And it's what, 14 polys. And now I want to make And we will make this a sphere. But I need a lot more geometry in a sphere to make it smooth. All right, so this has much more geometry in it. Oh, let me turn lines off so y'all can at least see that. And now I'm going to, let's do this. Let's turn it into a rectangle. W, we'll make it long. And I am going to stop that move. Divide. Oops. No, I have to do it here. Sorry. Come on. Stop it. Ah. Rectangle. Oh, you bastard. And now I'm going to boop, bend curve, give me some more lines there, I just need more, and now we're going to drag this guy up here, this guy down here, this guy up here, this guy down here, this guy up here. All right, so now we have three different objects that have three very different geometries. And so Q, no, I need that, W. Move you down and through. And everybody's all mixied up. Okay. We're here. Let's take a look real quick. Turn off lines. And so now we are going to boop, remesh by union. Oh, hold on. Let me undo that. Duplicate. Remesh by union. And then we're going to come back up here and we are going to remesh by dynamesh. And let us say, well, hold on. Well, okay. I want to see what's our geometry here. 100,000. So we're going to undo this. And we're going to take this to 100,000. Okay. Accept. We need to accept this. Accept. All right. So let's look at the difference between these two models. Let's hide this for a second. We're going to turn this off and we're going to look here. So as you can see, we have very sharp, crisp intersection lines, right? Boom, 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 boom. These edges, this internal edge, this outside edge, these intersections are all very crisp and sharp. Now we're going to come in here and turn on our lines, and we can see that this is only one plane, right? But look at how much geometry it had to throw out to these points to retain that edging. And you can see here that this is less, right? More mesh, less mesh, less mesh. But when we actually look at the model, it's very sharp, crisp, clear. We've lost no resolution. We've lost no fidelity in our cracks and centers. Where if we dynamesh it, this is the same amount of geometry, and we have no edge fidelity. We have no sharpness. There's no, because here, remember this star only had 14 polygons, right? So let's say this had 50,000 polygons. This had 50,000 polygons, and this had 14 polygons. Or I guess it would be 70,000 polygons, 30,000 polygons, and 14 polygons. So it can apply a lot more geometry here because it's using none of it here, right? You know, that's one plane. When you homogenize it with the Dynamesh, see, this is the size of square if it's trying to get as many, you know, if it's trying to get an even distribution of squares or quads. Well, quads and triangles. It's a Dynamesh. But so you can see that it's trying to give you as homogenized quad size as it can produce, where this isn't trying to do that. All it's trying to do is give you enough geometry to have while the intersections are happening. So the main difference is that this now can become a much more efficient way of using your geometry, as long as you don't need to go back and touch this, right? Because you can't smooth this, right? These have nothing to do with each other. If I push smooth here, you see it'll never retain the form. Turn that off, right? Because there's no geometry here, so you smooth it, and that's what happens. There's no geometry there, so it's not going to hold up to that. So this isn't something you can then you can come back, apply geometry with Sculptris Pro, and then sculpt. But just with this geometry, with nothing else, you can't. This is its final form. Where here you have this amount, but you can come in and smooth, and you can see that well, that's not smoothing, Tomas. You come in and smooth, and I touch this edge, right? It doesn't collapse because there's geometry there to support it. I come here, there's no geometry to support it. It just goes away. So if you want to work on something, you know, taking your Dynamesh up to, you know, 1 million, 2 million polys, you would be able to retain sharp edges and then come back and sculpt on this. But that's a 2 million poly base model that you can't subdivide. You can, I mean, you can, but you subdivide it. Your 2 million, you go up to 8 million first step. You can't drop back down. So that's the advantage of coming here, doing this, coming in, going, okay, 1 million points, custom. I've now decimated the, well, you don't necessarily, sorry, I did the wrong step. That's not what I was trying to do. But fine, we've decimated it, and now it's basically decimated. There's not much you're going to get out of a decimation. But what you're going to do is duplicate. We're going to come down here, target poly count 5 million. No, actually that's 5,000. Let's take this up to 10. We'll start at 10,000 because we want to keep, so we want to keep our creases. And I think let's detect edges as well. Turn off adaptive and then ZBrush. And this should be enough to hold this. It has a lot of geometry in those edges, so it's trying to wrap its head around how to keep stuff. Is no one texting Henry? Is there nothing? It's just so quiet.
Silent.
Okay.
That's not true. I'm answering lots of questions.
Sorry, guys, that I can't see the chat. I'll have to sit down with Kyle this week and figure out what's going on. Okay, so that wasn't enough geometry to keep that. We would have had to go higher. But whatever. So you've now come you'd kick that up to where you actually have enough geometry to keep this. I don't want to keep redoing it because we don't really have the processing power right now. And then what I would do here is then divide this up and then come here and reproject it. And this now allows us to have the smooth, sharp intersection, quad geometry that we can then sculpt and work on. I know that I lost my point there, but you get it. Right. And so now this is a model that I would divide again, because that's only 570, 2.3. Kind of come in here and smooth some of the weirdnesses out. Just so when you reproject, it's not reprojecting that stuff. So to get nice, clean reprojects, it's actually better to come in and smooth some of this a little. Just remove it from the surface, because ZBrush does not like coplanar surfaces. And by smoothing it before you reproject, you are removing the coplanar surface and in turn allowing it to reevaluate that surface and project to it. If it's already sitting on the surface, it doesn't know where to project. And so often it'll look out here for that surface and you'll wind up with these, oh, this, yeah. Just run smooth over it. Much easier. We're going to turn that back on. Project all. Boom, 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 boom. You can do it. Boop. And so now you have a model that has 2 million polys. You can lower your subdivisions down to this low, which is 9,000 polys. A little high, but... And so now you can come back in and do all the things. Move this and da-da-da, come back higher res, and you have enough res to sculpt and get things kind of in shape and doing what you want it to do. So did that make any sense? Yup. Yup. And did you say there was one more question? Or
no, because I asked them both sort of at the same time.
all right.
I think you got it.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I will stop our stream today. Next week we'll do crits as well until there are no crits, and then we'll do Q&A, and depending on how quick that goes, I might sit around and sculpt a little. It's odd not being able to see anything. Like, I assume that's okay with everyone. Anything else before I pull the trigger on this bad boy? All right.
That's
okay,
it.
Thanks for joining me, and thank you ZBrush and everyone at ZBrush for being patient and letting me stream and be here for you and with you. I'm here every Monday, start at 8 and go to whenever. We have, join my Twitch and Instagram and all that stuff. See, I'm really good at this part. If y'all haven't noticed, I'm this self-promotion thing's great.
You're so good at this.
And sign up right here and subscribe. I don't know, guys.
I spammed all the links in Twitch, so they'll know what you're talking about when you say that you have a website.
Platform. And so we do have an education platform, but I'm a lot more detailed, and I have other wonderful people there. Eric Keller and Henry and Tony. And if you look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, join our mailing list. We give you brushes and stuff, but also we have free videos out there as well. And in the next 6 months, we should have our YouTube up and running a little bit better. Considering now it's just old class crits and stuff. Not the best YouTube channel at the moment. But join, because we will have a lot of actually cool and interesting things happening here soon. I could see here just pulling his hair out. He's like, what are you saying? It's probably good.
I stopped listening.
But yeah, join us on our social media, and please come by and at least look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Like I said, throughout the stream and stuff, it's much more about creating objects for printing and manufacturing, because anything you can make a jewelry piece, you can make a piece of furniture out of. Yeah, is there anything I'm forgetting, Henry? All right.
I don't think so.
Upload your models.
Upload your models.
We'll be back next week, and we'll do crits until there are no more crits. We'll do question and answer, and then if there are no more question and answers, I'll sit around and sculpt something, and we can talk. Yeah. All right. Let me try to figure out how to turn this bad boy off. There we go. I will see you next week. Thanks for being here, guys.